All right. There we go. Had a little hiccup there on old YouTube. It wouldn't allow me to actually put anything public. And I was like, what happened? Oh no. Did this, let's see. Looks like the chat got all borked up too. All right. Well, I will refresh that and we should be good. How's everybody doing today? Gonna finish up this project I've been working on this past week, and we should have a functional gaming Linux rig that has every project and all the programs that I use on a daily basis. That's pretty much what we've been trying to accomplish this past week, and make it all automated through a script. So it should be fun. And let's fix our chat. What's going on with that? Let's whoa, that is weird. Nope. And refresh. All right, grab. There's the chat I want to see. Beautimus. All right. Here we go. Should have got coffee. Why am I crying? I'm just an emotional guy, man. What can I say? Really emotional. No, this is just how I look in the morning. It does look like I'm crying, though. This is me before caffeine. This has caffeine in it, so we're good. So yeah, I've been setting this up. I'm not sold on the yellowness. You know what? I think I am going to change one thing around here. Let's go. What is going on? There we go. I want to change one thing up with this, and then we'll begin. Everything's written in Bash. Just a downloadable Bash script that you can execute on a fresh install. So it should be very easy for everyone to do. Someone, I thought about doing like Ansible and that type of thing, but some of the things we're going to be doing, I don't know if Ansible would be the right choice. But it probably would have worked just fine. All right, let's change a couple things here. I feel like let's take our social stack off. Yeah, let's remove that guy, and we'll add a little event list. Yeah, beautiful. Let's save that. Perfect. Red might work better. We could probably do red. I could probably switch that up. Yeah, maybe for the next stream I'll switch everything out to red. I do like blue a little better than red. But, yeah. I mean, variety's the spice of life, right? Alright, so we got that. And let's move out of that. Yeah, secure boot. I've been meaning to do a video over secure boot, and I'll probably tackle that in the upcoming weeks. How do Dockers work? Dockers are basically just a container, and then instead of loading up a whole VM like you normally would do before, containers were a thing, you could just set up, a basic program, and then it has just the minimal amount that it needs to run, just its dependencies to run inside a regular operating system. All right, and I'm gonna close this out. We should be good. Here's our desktop. Let's get to it. And you know what? I'm going to add chat to the desktop too, but before I think about that. So this is just how I'm editing a lot of my scenes and stuff, just to toss this in here. Not chatting. I'm going to just change out. And we'll edit the minimal scene. We'll just do that. Perfect. Yeah. Awesome sauce. Oh, it's the link of a YouTube video. That's awesome. Okay, never mind. Thank you for letting me know that. Oops. Let's unpin that. Oh, that's funny. I'll add the correct link. Glad someone said something. I would have just gone with it. Here we go. There's Archmatic. It's because I got it on my Mac over here. And the copy paste hotkeys are always different. Drives me crazy. There's the correct link. Morning, Jason. All right. Now, let's look at our VM that we've been working on. We'll start this thing off. I like to toss that into our second workspace. And this is something that we are working on to look at. What do we got? I think network's not active. Well, let me fix that. Camera list. Oh, crap. I can't even remember how to set the network active. The first starting streams early for me is always a little bit of a dice roll, but I wanted to get going on it and kind of match it up with the video at least. We're just gonna ask the Google gods here. Which version of KDE is this? Let me take a peek. I couldn't even say. All right, system info. Oh, no, this is 5.22.5. We could upgrade to 5.23 today, though, so we can kind of check it out. Okay. Net. Thank you. Shiroska. Let's try that out. Net auto start default. Oop. Let's see here. What was the command? Net auto start. Oops. Net auto start default. Net. Probably just do a list. Do I not? Ah, crap. I don't even have my default network set up. Oh, what's this VM? What's the VM set up as? Let's take a look at our network. I did have to reboot this computer, which probably deactivated that. Nick. Yeah, no, it's just default, so let's just activate that. I guess they'll just create default. Because there is nothing on the list. That's weird. Maybe, I think my virtual machine network config got blown out for some odd reason. Ah. Crap. Alright, well, never mind. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm live streaming. Goodbye. I'll be in here after a bit. All right. Let's see here. First obstacle of the day is just networking in QEMU. Ah, that's funny. All right. Let's get this going. And then we'll show everybody where we're at. Well, this is actually meant for a fresh install. So this is meant to basically say, by the way, I use Arch, but without really having practically any interaction, which is great. Oh, I need to do it as sudo. Yes, thank you. Sudo versh net auto start. Thank you. Someone in chat was like, hey, that's probably gonna that's gonna probably mess you up. Versh if we do sudo versh net dash list. I thought I was part of the libv group. Libvirt. I think it's actually libvirtd is the group I should be in. But anyways, that should get us there. So I don't know if that's going to start it or not. Let's see. It'll tell us really quick. Yeah, no, it's not started yet. So I think just a net start should get us there. Just a sudo. Come on. Sudo versh net start default. Make it happen. Now we can start. And now we are off to the races finally. I think I opened up 2 of these. Still got to work on SDDM on the beginning there. Or actually, I don't think we do. That was actually because of the very, very low resolution of the VM. On a regular computer, that's going to look okay. So here is our base desktop. Everything is exactly as you see, kind of like on my main desktop. Actually, this looks a little bit better. We're going to kind of make a script to back up all of our settings today, and then we'll work on a full restore. So this is kind of the default look, and everything should go ahead and launch. Let's see, does it launch my web browser? Yes, that launches the web browser as well. We're going to dump all the Brave settings, though, just because Brave's cache is really heavy. And when I upload this to GitHub, I want to make sure it's pretty minimal. So this is kind of all the look and feel of everything. We're using Dolphin for the file manager of this guy, but this should be a stock install. So like when we launch into here and we do like a neo fetch, let's try that one more time. Neo fetch. Yeah. Yeah, so this is kind of what you're looking at. And this will be very much like what Steam uses. And you'll notice that all of the packages are here for your games. So like Lutris, let's go ahead and launch it, see what it looks like. All of that should be ready to roll. All the 32-bit, Wine, everything's built in. So that should make everything run seamlessly, and we should have a pretty easy go about it. And we'll load this up on this system. I'm gonna wipe out this system live today as well. So we're gonna see a fresh install on bare metal. I like to kind of get it all organized in the VM first, and then we move to bare metal, as if I'm constantly modifying the project. It's just way easier when you have a VM than having to switch between computers. So there we go. Yeah, Steam OS is gonna have, it's gonna be like the Steam Deck and all that's gonna have this new Steam OS. It's all based around Arch Linux. That's why I use this as the base, and then I wanted to grab all the packages that it uses. So then whatever it is, we can go ahead and grab easily. So that's should be pretty awesome. And I'm gonna change one more thing here. Still working on getting this just dialed in ever so perfectly. So with that, I'll show you the startup process. You'll notice it is pretty minimal. You should see a pretty quick startup here. Since this is a VM, the resolution's like 800 by 600, so some of the login manager doesn't look quite right because of that. But you'll notice that's a lot faster than probably your Windows counterpart. Which yeah, that's what we want. We want as much speed as possible, and this will be faster than most stock distros as well, because a lot of distros leave settings in that I don't particularly like. Specifically when it comes to KDE, is the session restore, which actually slows down your startup and shutdown times considerably, sometimes as much as 30 seconds. I mean, it can be kind of get real nasty. So I always say, always start a new session, close down your old session, and just do that. I did want to check KDE version in this VM. We checked the KDE version that I'm running on this system, but you know what? We did not check this one. This one's still 5.22.5, so that's nothing too crazy. Let's go ahead and do a full system update just to kind of see what has happened in this past week. Lot, actually. Look at that. There's our system update to 5.23. Let's go ahead and make that happen. I'm going to catch up with chat here, see if I missed anything. So a quick recap for new viewers, that's a good one, thank you Lars, is we created a script that automates the entire installation process. Instead of making just like an ISO, this is going to be just a full script to where you can change every single little package, everything that's in this to your needs, or you can just run with what I use out of the box. And this is every package that I have installed on my local machine. You'll notice it looks very similar, and that's the reason why, is we've basically just copied all of the packages on my local box. So if I come over to here, and this is my local machine, it looks a little different, but I just did like a QE. I took every package that I use on the last couple weeks since I've installed this system, and I put that in this VM and created a script to mimic it. So selfishly, I kind of did this so I could reload my systems very easily into Arch if I wanted. But we're also going to be redoing this script as well into a Debian spin, because a lot of people like Debian as well, which is just a different version of Linux. So both have their pros and cons, though. So those are a little bit of the differences here. And then we did something called ricing, and that just kind of makes things look pretty. Like you got like this, even the more subtle things, like you see this little shadow coming off of the window, some of the transparency effects, some of the start menu effects, you can see a very subtle blur effect. All that is done during the ricing process, and we need to maintain that. In today's video, I'm just creating that script. I think on Friday's video, we were really focused on just kind of getting a little bit dialed in to make it look nice. And today we're going to be creating that script that we can use on any distribution, whether it's Debian, Arch, whatever, pick your poison. and we'll have that. So that's kind of what we've done. A little quick recap, and this should be completely gamer ready, meaning you just load this thing up. Once you finish with the script process, you'll have Steam, you'll have Lutris, you'll have everything that you need to play pretty much any game that you can on Linux. So that's the gist of what's happened and what we've been working on. Why HTOP missile land after window resize? I don't know. I mean, you could always quit out and push it back. I couldn't imagine HTOP being too messed up. Although this kitty does have a good bit of space right here. This is just a comp file that we can change to make that a little clearer. So a lot of people like quite a bit of padding basically on their thing, but we could easily fix that too. What's your current internet speed? I do a speed test -CLI here, but it would actually expose my external IP on stream. But I'm about 100 down, 20 up. I actually had 200 down using cable, but they only gave me 10 up, and the jitter on the line, or the latency on the line, well, actually, it's more the jitter. Jitter and latency are two different things, but the jitter was so drastic on cable that my live streams were dropping frames here and there, mainly because of the network connection. So I switched to a slower download, but actually a faster upload, and it switched from regular cable to fiber, and it gave me a lot better latency, but also it fixed all my jitter issues that I had with the live streaming, which is good. Isn't everything faster in Windows? I mean, pretty much. But, I mean, you can make Windows fast. I mean, there's a lot you can do with it. Out of the box, like Windows 11 out of the box is like 126 processes. You can probably reduce that down to 60 processes, 60, 70 processes, something like that. Maybe even less if you really want to go real minimal and start stripping out essential system resources. So Windows can be modified as with any operating system you can. Where do I suggest my distro to be reviewed? I don't really do distro reviews. I'm a big fan of, no matter what operating system, it doesn't have to be Arch per se. I'm a big fan of just taking whatever you have and making it your own. I don't think there's a perfect distro out there for anybody. That's what I kind of wanted to give everybody the tools to do with this, because there's going to be things that I like that you don't. And, you know, that's just personal opinion. And you can switch those out and modify it to exactly your needs. And once you've modified and have everything to your taste, that's when you'll really do a lot, which is great. Now, I am going to load up while we're talking here. Let's go GitHub desktop. And then probably a code as well. And I think I had KDE Rice in here somewhere. I think I'm going to just grab the whole config folder once I'm finished here. We're just going to grab this entire thing. And I did have one more or a couple more things. I think Zero Linux was in chat on Friday, and he ended up having something like that in his script that we're going to download today. Yeah, KDE Racing, that was it. And I might have already downloaded it, actually. Yeah, I did. We're good. I already downloaded this. And what I wanted to do is just modify this script. And I think I already grabbed most of it. Let's pull. Let's fetch the origin. I think there was a pull on that. Nope, there wasn't a pull. So I've already got everything put in here. Under the AUR here, we should have... No, it didn't. I had a whole bunch of TTF fonts to rice this out with, and I don't think I did the commit on my indoor PC. I was working a little bit on this weekend. I'm going to actually go inside and commit that real quick. Take about 60 seconds. Well, maybe 2 minutes. Let me catch up with chat, and then I'm going to go ahead and push that commit. Let's see here. Have you seen the Pine Phone Pro? A lot of people ask me that. I haven't paid any attention to it just yet, but I'll probably definitely check it out, Rob, and take a peek at that. Is there any way to get rid of the startup text output? Yeah, we can get rid of that. I think just a simple change to, I think, sddm.conf, we can fix that. I think we probably can get rid of, who cares about the time? When you're logging in, you know what time it is. It's time to get on your computer. Is there an easy way to get Dagger hash miner working on Linux? I don't know if you want to be using actually Dagger hash motto. That's a hashing algorithm. That isn't actually a miner. What miner are you using? Like Phoronix, probably. If you're using ETH mining, based on what you just said with the algorithm, I'd say it's ETH mining. So I would say probably the easiest thing is just use Phoronix. Follow their guides. It should be all open. They might have closed source it though. I don't know. But Phoronix has always been, or not Phoronix, Phoenix Miner, sorry. So I was thinking of benchmarking in Linux. Still waking up. What are your opinions on the FBI? No comment. I'm not a big government guy. I'm a limited government guy, but you know, hey. Have you tried Raspberry Pi and Raspbian? Yes, I actually have my own download for Raspberry Pi and Raspbian. If you look on my website, I'm always mentioning old ChrisTitus.com. Look, here's the famous Chris's. I'm not there. But if you go to downloads, I actually have my own spin where I customized a Raspberry Pi distro and made my own. And if we go to download, I actually put everything in this GitHub project. I probably need to update this soon. I think it's been almost a year since I updated this, so it's probably due for a refresh. And yeah, it kind of goes over all the different things I did for my spin of the Raspberry Pi and customizing that out. And this is a fully built image on this guy, or you can build it yourself. I always say, hey, build it yourself. I kind of give you the tools to do that, show you how I do it. And I actually did a video on this as well. So check out Titus Pi. It's a pretty cool one. But if you want to just download the image, $5 on my website. But like I said, I encourage everyone to do it and build it themselves. Not kill my bandwidth. Sorry, this is off topic. I'm using a custom Windows ISO. Cannot run Windows Terminal in it. Licensing error. That's going to be something with your Windows Store, man. You're going to need to log into your Windows Store and authenticate with the Microsoft account. So the easiest way to do that is just launch Windows Store, log in with that. Windows 11's getting pretty bad with this, and pretty soon, I think we're going to see the end of local logins for a lot of home users. So that's just Windows and kind of like their roadmap. But those things, it's something with that. And if that doesn't work or you're still having problems, load up Credentials Manager in your Windows instance And then from the credentials manager, you'll be able to blow out all of it. Just delete everything in credentials manager and then try to re-authenticate if you're having authentication error issues. Pro tip for old Windows. What else we got? Moving down. Trying to catch up at the end of the chat, and then I'm going to run in and do that commit. Haven't forgot. Are you going to leave YouTube? No, YouTube's a tool. That's the thing I think a lot of people need to realize. It's a tool that can be utilized. It would be like, hey, are you going to get rid of that billboard on the highway? Well, if I'm not on the billboard, it doesn't really matter. You know, it's somebody else's stuff. So leaving YouTube, I don't think is a wise thing. And I'm old enough and I've established myself enough in my career where I don't need any like social validation or anything like you see a lot of people I think struggle with. Mainly because, you know, I like I said, I can't imagine, and I'm really, you know, I admire a lot of these people that on YouTube that have grown up on YouTube. That's rough. Like, you got like Linus Tech Tips. That's probably the biggest name that everybody's thinking of. That man has literally gone from like, what, 18, 20 years old, something like that when he started, all the way to his 30s. And that's nuts to me. Like, that takes, there's a lot of, that's amazing. I don't know. If I was 20 to my 30s, I don't know if I could have done that. I don't think I could have, because, you know, once you've established yourself in your career and you've done all the things you want to do, then you're not looking for that validation. But in your 20s and you're young, you're always looking for that social validation because you haven't done it before, or you're just approaching something for the first time. So, yeah. I'm not going to quit YouTube. It's like the biggest billboard in the world, and it'd be silly to just leave. And I can do my own thing on christitus.com, but also have YouTube, which is great. So, hey, why would I? There's no reason to. Do you have any video about Chrome OS's future? I've hinted at it, and I've been talking about Chrome OS's future, and that was mainly just going over a lot of the gaming that's going to be entering Chrome OS's orbit soon. I'm still working on it. I'm on Chrome OS 96, which is the latest dev spin of Chrome OS, and there's a lot of really cool stuff in there. Any news on EAC support for Linux? The ball's in all the developers' courts. It's up to the publishers now. They've put everything in, and now it's just up to the developers to enable it. Will it happen on time? I don't know. Some publishers may not do it. We'll see. I think all of them will, though. I'm optimistic. Have you ever installed Gentoo on a Raspberry Pi? No, that sounds terrible. It sounds like, ugh. Yeah, I have an Odyssey channel. I shut all that down. Like, if I'm going to direct people away from YouTube, I'd rather just direct them to my own platform. Why elevate some other platform that I don't control that's going to probably do silly things? A lot of people that don't like YouTube, well, all these other platforms may not have those problems yet, but as soon as they get big enough, they're going to have the same problems. And I'd rather just not even bother with that. So that's why I just kind of do my own thing on my website for those folks that don't like YouTube. Have you thought about using Floatplane? Yeah, like I said, all the other platforms, I'm just going to do my own thing. I don't see a purpose in pushing somebody else's platform to me. I'll push my own website. And then just put everything there that I want to put there. What distro are you rocking right now? I think I'm on Arch right now, so that's kind of what you're saying. Obviously, double Arch. Arch within Arch. We're in the inception of Arch right now. Ever tried OpenBSD? I've set it up for servers and stuff like that, but I haven't actually used it as a desktop. It's a little limiting from the desktop perspective just because it doesn't have all the tools and goodies that Linux does. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to run inside real quick, and we'll get that going. I will add one thing here. Just give me 2 minutes on this. We're just going to do a term down, and we're going to do 2 minutes. And, yes. So there we go. 2 minutes on the clock. I'm going to run inside to my production PC and do a commit, and I'll be right back. 1 second. Boom. Ah, I'm late. Oh no, I'm not late. Haha. Yes. 4, 5. Oh wait. Yep. There we go. Let's come back to chat or desktop. There we go. Grab some food too. Cutting it close, but I got it. We've got it done. So now, if we do a fetch, let's pull the origin. Let's stash those changes. Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna delete this stash. Let's discard that. My production machine inside, I worked a little bit on this, so with those, let's make sure it's clean. Yeah, it's clean. If we look at our code, we should have, yes, all of that in. And that grabs all the things we should need for our ricing. All right, so we have pretty much all this set up, and we should be able to move forward. And the big thing here was I added a bunch of packages into the AUR. These are mostly just packages for this right here. I'm unsure if we're going to be able to complete the rice with just these things, but I'm pretty sure we can. We'll see. Let's run this, and we're going to copy these over to our Archmatic, which would be Archmatic, and we'll put this under KDE rice. So with that done, let's run this and see what we have. Or actually, we need to commit that. Let's commit those changes. And then we'll come into our VM and we're going to try and back up our settings. And then we're going to delete everything, start all over. So if you're just joining, no worries. We're about to wipe out our entire rice here. Let's move into home. And I think we're actually going to need to do this from command line because I don't have anything authenticated through the other way. Archmatic. And then we're going to do a git pull. Change all those settings. And now we should be all up to date. That's weird. That didn't change. Oh, okay. Yeah, just the log files. I guess I could do a git ignore. We could change git ignore for install.conf and install.log right here. So these don't mess with us. Let's do that real quick. Oops, wrong one. Where's my git ignore? Oh, I don't even have git ignore. Let's add that. We're just going to add install.conf and then install log.txt. Let's push those. Just making sure, was that? Yeah, install.conf. Yep. So we'll push those out. And that should get us I'm just trying to make it look as clean as possible so we don't our git looks clean. There we go. Now we have a clean looking git. Okay, let me check with chat here, see if there's anything crazy. Don't see anything. Chaotic AUR. I think we actually decided we're not going to use chaotic AUR. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I think the regular AUR will get us everything we need. I think this is code. Yeah, I think it is VS Code. We could use Codium though, Serpent. Good question though. I like Codium a little better. You don't have the telemetry of VS Code. Yeah, I could have easily echoed that git command, but you got to remember, I'm not authenticated on this VM. This VM is really meant to be more of a stock setting that when you install it, all these settings are going to be there. It's going to look exactly like this if done correctly. So everything you see on the screen, this is going to be after just running the script, which is great. Laptop's heating up a lot. YouTube user 1234. If you're having problems with the laptop heat, a lot of laptops use excessive thermal paste. I don't know why, but they do, and it does affect how hot they run. I find, and this is a little bit dicey, especially if you're not comfortable doing this. I don't recommend it, but I find whenever I pull apart a laptop and I redo a lot of the thermal paste, I get a good 10 degree differential between redoing all that. So thermal paste is probably why it's running so hot, or it's really gunked up and it's older and you just have a whole bunch of it just needs to be blown out, take off the back and blow it out with some canned air. Both those things will do it. All right, so we have that. Let's see what the rice looks like. So we're just going to do a KD rice script. We're going to do a sudo Katie Rice. Oh, nope. Sudo chmod execute. Let's do that. Now we should be able to run that command. No such file or directory. Oops. So this one, let me change that script around. That script is not working for a variety of reasons. So let's take a peek here. So instead of doing that, that should be more of a current user probably. I think, what would sudo home give me? Probably just, it's the same problem. Could do, just, I'm thinking of the variable. Still waking up here. So let's just do a sudo echo home. Yeah, home command I think it still does that, but if we sudo echo user, I'm just seeing what the variables, if they change. No, they don't change. Okay, we're good. So I just need to do a commit to fix the script. So we're just gonna do a home user. And home user. Oh, actually, let's just do home. We don't need to do any of this. So I think we can just do that and just do user. Oops. User. And we'll just change that. Place all. And that should fix everything up to be how it should be. Oh no, not user. My bad. That should just be home. And now we should be able to commit this and get what we need. All right. Oops, let's go sudo Katie Rice. Still didn't like that. Oh, because it's running it as, so it wouldn't be the same as running it, the command in terminal. Okay. So it is changing that user to be root. You know, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to change it to user. I'll just hard code it in. I know that's a little dirty, but so be it. Oh, yeah. Never mind. Don't use sudo. Or just use sudo here. We could just do that. I think that would work. We don't need sudo for this. Or we do need it for that. And we don't need it for that. Not for that, not for that, not for that. All right, cool. There's a part where we do need sudo when we're grabbing like the sddmconf and some other stuff. So we don't need to run the whole thing as super user. Drr. Thanks, chat. Appreciate it. That makes more sense. So let's commit that. And then we just don't run it as sudo. We only need to run that one command as sudo. And that will work. Let's just do that. Clean that up. And now I needed, you know what I should do? I need to keep, because I keep changing this to executable to run it, which is, you know, that's fine, I guess. Where to do that? Was it in GitHub? Yeah. I don't even need to do sudo here, whatever. It's fine. I already put the command in. We're doing it. Let's just do star.sh. Now everything that's a script should be runnable. Let's go ahead and commit that. We're gonna make them, that just made them executable, so I'm not constantly changing the scripts around whenever I edit them to then make them executable on the other side of time. So I know this seems a little redundant, but now we should have, forgot the R, my bad. There is no kwin directory. What do we have for the kwin directory? So if we look here, kwin dot local share, okay. So if we do dot local share, there is no kwin? There is not. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that car. We should be fine, though. Yeah, music. I switched everything out to be synthwave, and I grabbed it all from Stream Beats. I was like, I'm going to go with like more of an 80s vibe. Why not? All right. Yeah, a lot of people are saying use Ansible. And you know what? I think on the next one, we'll give Ansible a shot. It's been a long time since I've bothered with it. So that'll be a fun learning experience for both of us. All right, so kwin doesn't even exist, but all these are directories. So obviously we need to do a recursive for that. Recursive here as well. And dolphin. kwin, it did not say there was anything there, but we'll go ahead and leave it. We're going to see what all it grabs. It's probably not going to grab our wallpaper, but you know, the wallpaper we can always change after the fact. And that should be good. We'll update that and come back to our VM. KDE Rice. Pretty good. Oh, wait. KDE SDDM was not specified. This is gonna look ugly once I'm finished. I think we're gonna be missing some stuff, but we'll be able to hammer it down. We're gonna just go ahead and skip over that. I think we got most of what we need. Yeah, I closed that out, didn't I? So now if we look at our home folder, we should have all our settings in KDE Rice right here. So this should be all of this, but we botched it. There's a problem with all right, that's no good. Delete. There's one problem with how we did this. I see. If we look, why did I close code? Such a goob. All right, well, we need to know that where this stuff goes. So this is the KDE share. So we need to go .kde4. This one is going to be Dolphin. This one is going to be kwin. This one's Plasma. This one's going to be sddm.conf. And yeah, we need to specify where this stuff's going. So this one's .config. And then we can reverse this when we do this. So we'll actually rename this file backup. And then we're going to do a restore. Yeah, something like this would be good. Unless y'all know a better way to back up all the local settings. I know somebody mentioned Ansible, which we could use. So this is the backup, and then for the restore, we just flip it. Don't you mean kwin rcn.conf? Maybe. Let's see, what do we have for, let's come over here. Let's go home. And we'll go .local share kwin. Where are you at, kwin? No, there is no kwin in the .local share. So that isn't copying anything. So that line's no good. I think we're under all agreement. Let's wipe this whole thing out and give this script a try. See how far we get. And see how much it pulls in, because there's probably going to be quite a bit here that it doesn't. So there's this GitHub desktop. Do a commit. I need to add the extension to just commit it directly in there. Rice. Backup. Let's push that. And then we'll do a restore at the end here as well. We'll add a restore script that basically mirrors this. I'm just not sure what it's pulling in, if it's going to pull in everything. I think this is pretty much everything, though. Let's just go File, Save As, Restore. And then for the restore, we just go the other way with it. So we just take this, put this over on this end, and something like that should be good. And then we'll wipe all this out. I think I messed up my spacing here. Yeah. Just making sure I don't have any spaces at the end. I had one stream where I did this and I had a failure because there was a space left in on the end of the file. I don't think it was the copy command though. I think it would still work. But needless to say, be careful with your spaces. And that should have our backup and restore. Don't forget the SDDM thing. Yeah, I'm not sold on this SDDM theme we're looking at. But this should grab most of the customizations we've done. Actually, Coding Wolf, it does matter if you're pulling in a credentials file. I had a stream where I was pulling in a creds file to fstab, and there was a space after my password. I didn't know that it would read that space, but sure enough, it did when it executed it, and it made everything not authenticate, and it drove me crazy. But there was this space at the end of my password in my creds file, and that's why none of my network drives would attach when I redid this whole thing on stream. So there are times spaces do matter at the end. Yeah, auto CPU frequency for battery life optimizations for sure. I think probably making like a laptop script to run. I don't know if we want to run that on a desktop. Probably not, but yeah, we'll take a look at that. It's a good addition, something to remember. All right, let's wipe this guy out after doing a quick backup and see how much of this it restores. I don't think we have. Yeah, we'll play it by ear. Let's see what happens. Let's do a git pull. And now we have git backup, a KDE Rice backup. Yep. Cannot create directory, no such file or directory. Yeah, you can't make multiple directories with the copy command is what that's saying. Oops. Let's fix that real quick. Because it's trying to make a bunch of different files. Make directory. And we're just going to make this whole path. And I think we can just do that. What? 2 more times? There's probably a faster way to do this. If I was better with Vim, we totally would just use Vim. My bad. Missing the home command here. And then also the backup. So we need to make these directories. I guess I don't have to push them so far in for this, but I want to kind of keep all the directory structure the same. So it seems a little excessive making all these, but I think it would just be cleaner at the end of the day. Less shenanigans to go wrong. Something like that should be good. Now we have those scripts in. We should be able to pull those down. Did I mess that up? Oh. Yep. My bad. Drr. I don't know why I didn't just grab this whole thing. Don't know what it was doing. This whole VM's gonna get blown out anyway, so it doesn't matter. It made those directories somewhere it really shouldn't have, but whatever. It is fine. Oops. Push these to the wrong VMs here. Now we should have a proper script. Kitty. So it's just a pack it couldn't get. If we got everything right, it should be, let's just remove KDE Rice right now. Sudo, just do that. Now let's rerun that script, see if we get the same errors. Did we not pull that? No, I'm already up to date. So if we look in our VM, do I have show hidden files on? So it didn't grab our .conf file. Dang it. All right, so I don't even need the sudo in there is what you're saying, Akari. I see that. KDE Rice itself wasn't... Oh, yeah, the first two commands. So if we take a peek here. These right here, to read from the system file, we don't even need the sudo command. We're just copying from there to there. For the restore, we will need sudo. And we do need to take this and it was airing out on that. So, because yes, it was trying to create both this directory and this directory. Copy command will create obviously one directory, which is this. Which I think these forward slashes are going to mess this up. So let's take those out. You know what? Let's run this here and just see what we have. Okay, cool. That works here. So that put it in home Archmatic. So there was no errors there. Good. I'll blow that out afterwards. So now we shouldn't have any errors. We should have everything backed up in a nice, neat directory. So this is what it looks like now. We'll just delete this. We can actually delete all that. Let's just move that to trash. And now let's do another pull. Oh, snap. I deleted the entire Git. That's funny. That's okay. That's why we use Git. So when we accidentally delete something, we can fix it. Oh, man. That's funny. All right. That is greatness. So now a backup. Perfection. Perfection. So we now have a good backup of all our settings here. Probably. We're probably honestly we're probably missing something here. We'll see how it looks on startup. I do feel like some of the settings I've chosen don't jive with some of the downloads I've done. But again, we'll see. You need to, yeah. So let's take a look at everything it backed up. If we go to Archmatic, we should have the rice directory, and then you see our .config, our KDE4, our .local, and then also the system file, sddm.conf. So that should get us most of the way. So, and I wonder, I had something crazy happen. Let's say, I don't know why it keeps launching to that. I need to look at my settings here. Let's go into Documents, GitHub, Archmatic. And I had this happen the other day. I wonder. I literally dragged and dropped the file directly into here. I can only go from the system to there, which would be pretty epic if I could drag out of the VM, but no. Sad to say, that's not a thing. But dragging to the VM, actually, they've added that feature in one of the QEMU tools, which I don't know when they added that. Maybe it's been there for a while, but I had that happen the other day. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. All right, let's get this out of here. Let's just shut this VM down, and then I need to attach a local one and get this stuff redirected out. I think we can add a folder in here. How we want to do that. Let's just mount. Oh no, I don't want that. It's not gonna allow me to do that. How am I gonna redirect this? I guess I could just toss it on my network folder, network drive. VirtualBox can drag in and out. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of VirtualBox. I don't get great performance out of it. I always get the best performance out of QEMU and KVM. Okay, let's see. Maybe I would love to just say that would work. No. That's not going to work. Yeah, VirtualBox is nice for just kind of like getting in and out, but and some of the feature set is good, but the performance is just terrible for me. Malik, welcome, man. We're about to wipe this out and run our script and see how well this automated setup works. Yeah, and this does have time shift on it, which I think it's installed, right? No, I guess time shift wasn't installed. I did get that in there though, right? Let's take a peek at, I think it was AUR, time shift bin. Yeah, I did. Just making sure. So since how this is set up, guys, look at this. This is what's probably really, really cool. Where are you at? Time shift. Might not be in there. There's time shift. So we authenticate. Why'd that crash? What is the time shift GUI launch? Can't remember. I think it's time shift dash launcher. Huh. Why is that crashing? Let's see. Failed to get partition list. Oh, okay. I think probably because this isn't a VM. That's why it's not doing it. So that is does not matter since this is just a test VM. All right, getting this VM out. Let me. And let me see what my password is. It's always something funky. Always have a different password for everything. I can never remember it. I remember I used to be really good at remembering all these passwords. Time has not been kind in that regard. So if we look, come into there. And there we go. So let's go net backup. Oh, I think that's like I think that's what I'm using to back up my Mac. Oh, let's put it in main pool then. Archive. And we'll just open up a new tab. Or did we already open up a tab? Yeah. Grab this rice, copy. And we'll paste this right here. Skip. You know what? Brave browser's gonna bloat this thing up. Let's delete the .config of Brave browser just to show that. Let's look at how that directory looks, and then once we're done, I think we can wipe everything out. See how far we've gotten in the ricing, how fast we can copy all this. So if we do an ncdu-config .config. No, incurses disk usage is what this stands for, but it's a great way of looking where all your storage is. So you can easily see Brave browser is taking up almost 100 megs, which it doesn't need to be. So we're going to delete that obviously from the install or the restore. And that should be good. So we'll come over here and we'll grab this and do a commit. I don't know why that keeps pulling up. I need to look at what my defaults are. Oh well, whatevs. Again, I'll come back and fix my main one. Heck, I might just delete my main box here and then we'll reload it. Is it under backups? No. I think it's under archives. And config. Let's move Brave to the trash. And this is just the config files for Brave. It'll recreate these for whatever user installs this. So not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. So we're going to copy this guy and come into our documents. So that happened really quick. That should be really good for a config. So this is just should be all the config files for this. We're going to commit this. Config files. We'll go ahead, push this. That's weird. I wonder why Kitty Themes. Oh, Kitty Themes was another Git. It was a submodule. So that's why it didn't pull that. We can fix that actually. So I don't think we're using all of those themes in here. Let's take these. Let's take these, move them to trash, go into themes. And I think we are only grabbing... I think we can leave all these. How much space is this? Yeah, 100 kilobytes. So not even a meg. So we'll just leave all the themes. There we go. We'll commit that. Push. That should be good. That cleared up. We now have everything we need in the Git repository to give this a go. The big thing here is I think these themes are a little off on the VM because I think that should be Nordic theme and everything should be Nordic. Let's double check our settings here. So application style. Yeah, I feel like this is... Yeah, I know we're missing something. I just don't know. Can't put my finger on exactly what that is. Let's wipe everything out and see where we are. So this is where we're at. This is kind of beat in on this. This is what it should look like for the most part. Obviously, some things will be off. I just hope it catches like all my virtual desktops that were set up, the hotkeys like this and Brave, having all those hotkeys built in, and then the Kitty setup. I think there's going to be some theming errors here, and we're going to clean those up. But we won't know until we shut down. And now we blow it all out. Start from scratch. All right, there we go. Apply that. And now we wipe everything out and pretend like this is a brand new machine. I know I've done this a bunch. I know I did it a lot in the other ones, but I don't think I did it at all on Friday's stream. So this will be as if whatever computer you're on, this would be the starting point. You'd load up your Arch ISO on your thumb drive, and then we'd get to this right here. From here, we haven't done anything with the actual system, so I want to delete the entire system. Obviously, be careful when doing this at home. So let's first make FS, or actually wipe FS. And I want to say it was like T better FS dev. I might get this syntax wrong. I can't remember. I think I got that syntax wrong. What was the? Oh yeah. I forgot to do all. And then what does T do? Types better FS. And then at the end we can just put the device in. There we go. That wiped the device. And now we should be able to delete everything with a simple CG disk. Now, obviously, y'all won't do this. I'm just wanting to have a very, very clean slate here. And have everything exactly stock with nothing on it. So this would be a completely blank computer with nothing. So if we do LSB, okay. All right. Nothing is done here. We are ready to start from scratch. So let's see how we did on the script. I think there was still a couple little gotchas with the script, and we'll see how well it does. So the very first thing we do with any Arch install is to do a database update and grab Git, because that's how we're going to pull down all of these scripts that I've wrote. So this updated the database, grab Git, then we clone Archmatic. So we're just going to clone this. Once that's cloned, we'll change the directory to Archmatic, and we do the pre-install. Pre-install should grab all the needed packages, format the disk, and download every package that I use. Or actually just kind of set up the device for the package installs. This right now is just kind of updating the mirror list, and I'll just kind of walk through what the script's doing as it does it. Mike M, thanks for joining the membership, man. If you want to check out some of the past streams, just click my name, and then you can actually see all that from the main YouTube page. Or my main YouTube homepage, I should say. Yeah, you guys shouldn't be getting any mid-roll ads. Anybody that's been in the stream for a bit, you're not getting any ad plays, right? Because I've killed all mid-rolls. So this is going to be VDA. So I'm just selecting the device out of here. Whatever it is, should be good. Okay, good. Just making sure. It's like, I better not be getting interacted by one of those darn ads. Get off my lawn. All right, here we go. So then we got yes. I added a verification prompt to this just because I want people to know, hey, this will format and erase everything on the disk that you choose. So here we go. keep getting these ads to install Ubuntu. That's awesome, Michael. Going well, Mike. How you doing, man? Yeah, Pi-hole's awesome. I mean, and that's great to kill a lot of ads on your TV. One thing I noticed when I was doing my Pi-hole type stuff, I actually don't use Pi-hole. I just use their servers, because if you have pfSense, you can just add your custom block lists, and the custom block list will do everything that Pi-hole does. It just blocks all the ads, which is nice. So pfSense with those block lists for the ads is legit. Because then, like, if my daughter's playing on, like, her tablet or something, instead of playing those darn ads for all the free app games, it'll just completely, like, block them and just move on to the next. So it's kind of cool. All right. So this looks good. The pre-install is done, and now we've chrooted in. So now if we look, we just do a list. I think actually we need to go into home directory. Yeah. So now we need to go into Arch, Matic. It should have copied everything here. Yeah, it did. And now we start with 0 setup. And this is the actual install. So instead of working on the installation media like we have been, we've now switched to the actual install. And now we should be able to just run these setup scripts to install every package that we need. And I think we should be able, at the end of this, to do a KDE rice restore, and then we should have all of our settings. Host name, we'll just call this gaming. Username, user, and we'll go. Does Brave block YouTube ads? I didn't know that. Yeah, I'll make a serial killer John. I'll make a full video on this afterwards. Just got to think of a really good clickable title for installing. What do we got? Install Arch in like 10 minutes or something. I should have put the timer on to see how long this will take. I think we started, what, 3 minutes ago? I don't know if anybody has been keeping tabs on the actual time. All right, setup's done. Now we just move on to the base. Where this might get a little dicey is the user setup. That's where I'm like, I don't know how well that's going to work. We'll find out, though. Did you work in cybersecurity? No, not really. I'm an infrastructure guy. I'm the guy that sets up the servers. I don't do very much pen testing. Very rudimentary pen testing. Typically, if I was going to try and really secure something down, it would be audited by an external firm. Yeah, this is meant to be, once we're finished with all this, it should be a very, very cool experience because you'll have every package that I use on a daily basis. So this is not exactly the lightest weight distribution install, to say the least, but I do think it will be one of the best ones that a lot of newer users will try. And it's kind of a fun, kind of intimidating thing, but I think I can lay out this in a video format that people will really enjoy. So even though this looks really complex, we've really only run about 4 or 5 commands. And I think it'll take Arch installs to a next level. And then we'll do the same thing for Debian. His Debian can be a little tricky getting the proper ISO. That's like the problem with Debian is just trying to find the right ISO. Arch is nice because there's really only one ISO to grab. But Debian's always tricky because there's like a bajillion different ISOs. Half the battle's just finding the non-free with firmware ISO with the desktop environment you want on Debian. That was the... it's so tricky. Thanks so much for the super chat there, Roberto. For the project. It's going to be a really cool project. I can't wait to do more of these projects, too. Once I finish with these, I'll probably circle back around to my Windows debloat script as well and work on updating it for the Windows 11 and adding a services section. And that makes the process count and the overhead of Windows considerably less when we start modifying certificates. But I've been real hesitant to do anything with that just because it's going to break some stuff for some folks that get in there, because some people just click all the buttons anyways. Like I've labeled everything in my script pretty well, but I still get a lot of hate mail from folks going, you ruined my install. I'm like, I mean, you could just click undo all or use a system restore point. I mean, there's a billion different ways to undo that, but yeah, it's just part of being on the internet, you know. Take the good with the bad. But yes, I am looking forward to add that section. And that'll be an upcoming project as well. Probably not this next week. I think I'm going to do Debian first and then work on the Windows section. Do you think Steam OS 3 will be locked to Steam's own repo like how 1 and 2 were? I think they're going to have to do some kind of locking. And I don't think they're not... I know they're not going to use Arch's repos. Like, that's a given. And if they do use any kind of external repos, which they'll have to use some, I think they'll do an image-based update system. I think probably the best example of this in distribution is a little-known distribution, but very excellent. If you're into home theater PCs, try it out. Because it's basically what the Steam Deck probably will be in, what is it called? I think it used to be called Gamer OS, but they changed the title of it. They probably got like a takedown notice or something by somebody. Alrighty. I think this put us in the user mode. Yeah, it did. So let's go CD Arch, Matic. Yeah, it's there. So now we go to... See, I need to make this a little cleaner, because it doesn't even show that we have a prompt, and I got to figure out why the prompt isn't showing, because that's super annoying. But we'll do that, and then I think I just exit after this is done, and then switch over to post setup, and I think that should get us to where we need. Oh, also the KDE Rice restore will do on this one. Have you tried the last... I haven't tried the last Zorin OS. It's been a little bit since I tried Zorin. I need to. Chimera OS, thank you. Saying that's what I was thinking of, is Chimera OS. That used to be Gamer OS, and it has an image-based update system, so if you don't update in a while, it doesn't mess things up, which is good. Yeah, Chimera OS. So if you have like a home theater PC and you want to do like retro gaming, some modern AAA titles work on it as well, but it's more of a integrated, much like the Steam Deck will be. And I think the Steam Deck will really play into what Chimera OS has done. To me, that would be a far smarter play than how they did the first 2 iterations of Steam OS. Andy Rue. Oh my gosh. Too great. I think chat's getting cut off a little bit here. I'll have to fix that. And this AUR portion is probably going to take a little bit. Just because I added a bunch of fonts and themes to this section. So we have a bit more options. And let's see, extra padding. See, I think that should, let me refresh that. How's that do? Is it still cutting off on the left side there? I think it is. Let me push that. All right, I think that should fix our chat to where it's a little bit more there. Yeah, that's good. Cool. Clean that up a bit. Still cloning this repository, aren't we? And I think we might be ready for a bare metal install of this. Still a couple little gotchas. I feel like this has been stuck here for a little bit now. Yeah, I also got the font a little smaller. I guess I could open up the font a little bit. Just trying to fit all that in there. Yeah, I think we can install it on an external hard drive. Shouldn't be an issue, much like any other Linux distro. Let's try this. I think this VM locked up on me, to be honest with you. Let's see if I wipe out my main system here, though. That's the big thing. Yeah, I know this clone isn't gonna. It's not this big, so it locked up. Let's just force this off. All right, let's grab a hard drive and see here. 1 second. All right, popped in a full hard drive in that guy, so that should be booting up. I don't know why that VM locked up. Sometimes it gets a little funky when I'm doing so much between 3 different systems with Synergy. I'm sure it was just me, like, not giving it full focus. It could be some other things, too. But I think we can safely try this and see how it looks from a regular perspective. I want to see what happens when it happens, because I have a dual boot on this, so this would be a tri boot on this system, because I have this version of Linux, which I've done, then I also have Windows and a custom bootloader, the Windows bootloader, and now we're going to add this drive. So I'm going to leave all of it in, and I want to see how this installer plays with other installs. It's a little bit of a risky run, but I've wiped out my bootloader before. Probably shouldn't do this. But part of streaming is just being entertaining. And what's more entertaining than seeing someone lose all their data? Famous last words. All right. So this is what all we have. I think I can just do boot menu from here. And we're going to do... I think it's this one right here. Yeah, Ventoy. That's a little bit of an older Arch Linux ISO, but that should work. And we're going to try this on bare metal. This should also make things a lot faster. I want to kind of see how this works with the timers. I would do a timer on this, but I think we'll just have to manually play it by ear. So this would be Pac-Man SY. We're gonna try and do it right here on this. I think we're good though. That ISO is not too bad. All right, then we do our clone. Oh wait! Before we do this, I do want to increase our console size, and I want to say, what's Terminus? I think Terminus font. Yeah. Pac-Man S. Terminus font. I'm going to try and make this bigger for y'all, so you can actually see what I'm doing. And V console. I don't know if I can change V console. Maybe. I'm just going to try and increase this font package. Does anybody remember what the... I want to say it's... I can't pull up a browser or anything here, so we're going to have to... V console. Let's just do ls of etc. And V console should be... I mean, it's not the end of the world. I could always continue without this. I just wanted to see if I can't increase the size. I know on Debian it's just dpackage reconfigure console setup. Set font ter equals, I think 16 in. You said 132 in. Yeah, it's not taking that. So if I just do set font, or maybe it's all one word. Set font ter equals 16 in. What's the fonts listing? I just installed Terminus. I think... Let's take a listing of this. We're just taking a quick detour to increase our terminal font. And I want to say, where was it FC list? No, FC list only works inside a desktop environment. For TTY, that's a different terminal font. Is there a list font command? I want to just see what's available because the Terminus is a beautiful console prompt. Meet Fafar. We'll see what we have for this. Man font. Man set font. All right, let's look at manual. Loads default font. Is there a listing of fonts? Okay, user share CBD console fonts. That's the default prompt. So we should be able to set font and take a look at that. So let's do an ls of user shares KBD console fonts. So we just do user share KBD console fonts. There we go. So then we should be able to do a set font. Oh wow, we got a lot of to go through. Probably a 16-point I would say. So I'm thinking like a V16 normal. Oh, pretty. It's a little more clear, but I think we need to go up higher. Don't y'all think? I think we need to do a 24 point. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Or should we go bold? Let's do it. Let's do a poll in chat. Oh wait, I can't get all the way over there, can I? Ah, well, it's clear. So we've already cloned. Oh no, all right. So all we've done is a database update and installed Git and changed our terminal font. We obviously don't need to change the terminal font. Bold. Okay, chat is like bold. All right, chat. I hear you. Let's set font. Ter V24B. Yeah. Oh yeah. Bold does look better. Good call, chat. Bold it is. You know. Yeah. So now we do a git clone, and we're gonna grab our project, and we're gonna try it on bare metal. Oh please. Okay. Okay. Let's clone this. I keep trying to do an autocomplete. Before I do this is what we're dealing with. I'm a little hesitant to do this just because, as you see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different hard drives. 6 different hard drives, 2 of them which are NVMEs. One has Windows on it, the other one has Arch. One has Ventoy, and the other 3 are more of data partitions. So this is a bit more on the complex side for the install. I probably would not recommend running this type of script with so many hard drives. But again, entertainment, right? Let's see what happens. I want to see how it responds to a multi-boot system. I'd rather me erase my data than you erase your data. So let's clone it. So we got our clone going, and now we just cd into it. We do our pre-install, and this should update everything. Let's see how long this goes. All right, we're starting the clock. We're an hour 56 and 30 seconds into the stream. So let's see how long it is until completion, until desktop. So let's, I would love to get like a clickbaity video out of this that says, hey, we installed Arch in 5 minutes and it looks amazing. No, it looks glorious. It looks beautimous. All right, now it should be updating all our mirrors using Reflector. The reason why we take the time to query all the servers is no matter where you're at in the world, when you run this script, it's going to figure out what state, or not what state, but what country you're in, and then pull every Arch mirror in your country. And from that, it'll query all those and say, okay, how fast are you? And it goes down one by one, every single one of these servers, and says, okay, these servers are the best, and it grabs the top 5. And then it puts that and creates a whole file for you. So this will be extremely fast once going. Now, which device am I using here? I think I'm using SDC. It would have been smart to check this beforehand. I don't even remember what's on these devices. I should have formatted these beforehand, but that's okay. This is more of a real world scenario. So we're going to go dev SDC. Yes. And oof, I don't know about this. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. It might be a one-click install, but to fix it, it's going to be a lot of clicks. I know. I got hot swap bays back there, Michael. I got 4 hot swap bays. Everything that's SDA is a hot swap. So those 4 drives you're seeing is the 4 hot swap bays I have back there. My NVMe drives are on the board, though, the actual motherboard. That's where I typically leave all my functional systems. So Windows and Linux sit on my 2 NVMe drives sitting on the board, just for speed, of course. But these they're not no slouches. Everything in the SDAs is solid state, so this won't be slow by any means. All right, we're about 3 minutes into the install now. Yeah, I should add labels. Labels to the partitions would be a good idea. I agree with that, Hikari. How long will it take? I guess we're going to find out. So now we do our setup. Here comes the setup. This is downloading all the base packages to get the system set up for us. So we did the pre-install. And now we do our basic setup. We're going to call this gaming user. And then it should download and install our base system for us. Or this is actually a lot of the dependencies we need. And then once we get number 1 base, that's where it installs our desktop and everything. Coming up on 5 minutes to the install. This again is redoing the reflector mirrors. We have to do it twice because we've had 2 environments. It doesn't seem like it, But our first environment was the live ISO or your thumb drive, right? That has Arch. The second is the actual physical install that we installed on the disk. So we've actually already installed the operating system in that first 3 minutes. And now we're just kind of building out that operating system in the background here. But what we're doing right now is actually interfacing with the operating system we've already installed. And there we go. So we have that. Just looking, looks like there was a locale error, but we can safely ignore that. Now we go to the base install. This will get us completely operational. This install the desktop, display renderers, Steam, Lutris, all the stuff to play games, all the packages I use, like GIMP, how I edit my thumbnails, all these things. Everything is getting installed through right here. And then the next thing we'll run is something to kind of clean up the user and make it a little more pretty. This has turned into let's create a script to let's see if we wipe the wrong device. I mean, either way, we're going to have a functional operating system. But do we still have all of our stuff on there? Ooh, it adds to the suspense. All right, we started at 56.5. We're approaching 7 minutes. All right, 7 minutes. I really want to come in under 10 minutes here. I think once we hit those themes, though, that's a lot of stuff to download on the theme packs. We got all the Nordic themes and stuff on this next bit. The post setup will only take a split second, though. But that's a pretty tall order to get all this going in less than 10 minutes. We'll see, though. It's going to be close. I know it's going to be close. What do you not like about SteamOS? The first two SteamOSs were just so old and running on such old repositories from Steam. And it was, I think, Ubuntu 16, which is ancient. These days, obviously, SteamOS 1 and 2 are like going back in time, taking a time machine. So I'm curious to see what Steam does with SteamOS 3, which is what the Steam Deck's going to run on. What speed is my internet? I'm 100 megs down. So that's what we have to work with here. Now, you'll see that package right there, Linux LTS. I did built in a lot of safeguards on this to where if we're missing something, which I just thought of a package we're missing. Crap. We're going to get a black screen, guys. Oh, well. It'll be a fun troubleshooting at the end of this. I'll show you guys what's missing, which we forgot to build in, which will be NVIDIA drivers. I got an NVIDIA card on this guy, and no built-in. So that's going to be a fun one. But, you know, I think I'm just going to let it play through, and then it'll be a good troubleshooting session once we hit the desktop. I'll show folks how to install a driver when you got no screen. When you got no screen. That's not proper English, but you all know what I'm saying. Yeah, blank screen's better than blue screen. You ain't lying. Is using NVIDIA GPUs still miserable? I won't say miserable, but it's not great. AMD is just so much better by comparison in Linux. We're talking about Linux here before anybody throws tomatoes at me. Where AMD just works. Like, you boot up your system and it just boots to desktop and everything works. It's fully GPU accelerated, has amazing things. I did see something cringy. I've been following Linus Tech Tips' journey into the Linux realm, and he was going to compare Novu drivers, which is the open source NVIDIA drivers, versus the proprietary drivers. And I was like, oh no, don't do that. Oh, Linus, please, no. And the reason why is the Novu drivers are using, I think it's all the way back from, because NVIDIA locked everything down in the 1000 series, like the 1060, 1070, 1080 series. You remember when those came out? I think around 2017, 2018, they locked down a whole bunch of stuff in like proprietary firmware blobs. And that is basically where the Novu drivers stop. So you get like 10% performance, and it's a terrible experience. So, you know. Yeah, it is what it is, though. But let's see. We're going to do the AUR now. So we've done the setup, the base, the pre-install. Now we're just going to do... This should have all our theming in it. But if you're doing NVIDIA and this is like your first Linux install, I highly recommend... some places have active NVIDIA drivers. I think Pop! OS has an NVIDIA download with all the NVIDIA drivers already on it and activated. So as soon as you finish installing the distro, your NVIDIA drivers just work, which is nice. I don't know. Maybe chat can correct me. Who else has NVIDIA drivers by default? I know Mint has them and Ubuntu has them, but you have to activate them, I believe. I think there's still a little bit of setup, but it's been a little bit since I installed those distros, so I need to check it out. But I know Pop! OS has the NVIDIA out of the box. Manjaro has it as a boot option. That's a good one. Deep in. Oh, Garuda. I really like Garuda. I need to actually pull it up and do that. All right, where are we? Is it 13 minutes in? Yeah. So we started, yeah, we're approaching 13 minutes. So we are not sub 10 minutes on this guy. But you got to remember all the stuff we're downloading. And we are downloading and installing a lot of packages that I didn't really need to put in here. But it's every package that I use. So GitHub Desktop, code. I mean, everything that you've seen me use on this stream is in this install. So it's a sizable install, to say the least. Well, that's good. Looking at chat here, we do, even Debian has it in now. That's good. That's good that we have so much. Oh, the Apple M1X event. Yeah, I'm really interested in that. I would love to get... I've been kind of holding out to grab a little Mac laptop just so I could edit in bed. Because right now I just have my Mac Mini back there that I've been using for my edits. Because I use Final Cut to edit a lot of my videos. And I really wanted to grab another one to be mobile, but I didn't want to grab another Mac Mini. So, but again, I'll see how much it is, how pricey the new Mac is. If it's like $1,500 or $1,800 or something crazy, I'm gonna be like, I'm out. I'm not doing that. Punk, I'd love to hear your thoughts on Garuda. I will say, Garuda did something that no other distribution's done, and that is it makes it look beautiful right out of the box. I love that. I love that aspect of it. Oh my gosh. Alex says the M1X 14 inch is probably $2,000. That's too rich for my blood. I'm not buying it at 2K. That's even hard for me to justify. Yeah, I could Hackintosh something. But it has to be the right laptop. I need something with an Intel chip, or no, probably an Intel chip with AMD graphics. And then I could install, not Big Sur, but Catalina, and then you could Hackintosh, like Final Cut onto it. That would work. Probably have to rip out the Wi-Fi driver. Mac's real picky with the Wi-Fi. All right, so I think the Lightly repository is just really slow to download here, guys. I don't think our VM was broken at all. I think the Lightly bare repository is just extremely slow. It might be like an external repository of some sort. Because I know this isn't locked up. There's no way this is locked up. Yeah, Hackintosh Catalinas ain't worth it. I probably agree with that, Jed. They're just locking more and more stuff down in Mac, which, I mean, it's Mac. It's kind of what they're known for, right? We can now make a CPU ourselves. We don't need to pay the Intel tax. And they can actually lock it further behind the walled garden. Can you blame them? I mean, I know they're a $1 trillion company, but why not just milk your fan base as long as you possibly can? And if you can get an extra couple $1 billion by locking something down, why not? Obviously, the Mac fans don't care about any of the options. And the only thing that could possibly make Apple change in this regard would be legislation. And I hate, everyone knows how much I hate government intervention in anything. But I don't know. I mean, in this regard, that's the only thing that could possibly help those Apple users. Or you just use a different operating system. Yeah, I mean, and it sounds like I bash some of the big tech firms, but really, guys, when it comes to down to it, I love, it's a Batman quote that it holds true. Like, even if it wasn't Google, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, you name any of the big tech firms, really. Even the small upcoming ones that are good, right? Good. There's a good quote, and it's, you either die the hero or you live long enough to be the villain. And that's from Batman, but I think it holds true in big tech, or in just technology in general. If you're an upcoming startup, you're the hero. But if you live long enough and you get big enough, you'll eventually become the villain. And that's just how that works. Ah, man, I really wish this Lightly Git repository would work. Darn it. I'm probably going to have to 86 this, guys. A lot of people are going to think their installs hung, which is unfortunate. Let's run with this, though, because it's been sitting on the Lightly one for about 5 or 10 minutes now. Mira, thanks for the super chat. Watching in 480p due to having almost reached the Comcast data cap. Oh, data caps, man. I hate data caps. I'm very fortunate where I'm at because we have a lot of competition between... I can go AT&T. I can do... I don't think it's Comcast. I think we have Spectrum. There he goes. Yeah, dude, that took forever. So I have a bunch of competition, and that means I have a light data cap, which means they don't really enforce any of the data caps where I'm at yet. But soon, I'm sure they will. Is there a way to bypass data caps? Nah. I mean, they're literally measuring ones and zeros that come out of your line, so they're gonna know how much you use. I guess you get another internet line, maybe. It depends on how much their overage charges are. At one time, I had 2 different internet lines here, but then I was like, I'm actually using AT&T on this one, and it's better. It's better than the Spectrum I had, but I was keeping Spectrum just so I'd have a fallback, but I rarely ever used it. And it's been, I don't want to say this out loud, but it's been so rock solid that I don't really even need that second line until you need it. Now that I said that, watch the stream will crash because they cut into the darn internet line or something. I tell you. Yeah, 5.5 minutes on Lightly. Just the Lightly Get. That was a little excessive. And you didn't get like a status bar, so a lot of people are going to think it's hung. Hell, I thought it was hung when we were in the VM. Consolidated down here in Houston. Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm on AT&T Fiber, and it's been good. I'm not one. I kind of hate on AT&T any chance I get, but my AT&T Fiber has been very, very good. But again, it just depends on where you're at. Yeah, I switched all the music out, guys, to this new retro kind of, I don't know, synthwave, I think is what it's called. I love it, though. That's why I have my headphones on, just so I can listen to the background music. Otherwise, I feel the need to, like, fill every awkward pause. Yeah, I'll look up GitHub later. Everything that I'm doing here, you guys can do with the pinned comment. All my commits are going to that project, so you guys can kind of see everything here. But there's a lot of things in this that a lot of folks probably won't like. One of them's passing us by right now. Zoom. It's for web conferencing. Since I still do a good bit of web conferencing, that's kind of what we have. All right, so this is done. And now I think we just need to do the KDE restore real quick. Let's do a list. And I think it was KDE rice back or restore .sh. I think it's gonna miss that SDDM, but that's just the login manager. We can set that after. All right, and I think that's pretty good. And I think we can exit, and then we just do the cleanup afterwards, which I think is just post setup. And now let's reboot. What was that? That was a quick 25 minutes. All right, yeah. I jokingly say that. It was a short 25-minute Arch install. But no, we did download and install a whole bunch of stuff. I think we could probably get that closer. Let's see what we got. So I think we can boot from the 500 meg one. Should get us. All right, here we go. We'll see if we erased everything here in a minute. All right, we got all our internet stuff coming online. I did not save some of the theming. I didn't think it would. Is this not? Oh, Dolphin's broken. All right, what about Kitty? All right, well, So far, some of the hotkeys are not working. Did I not install Kitty in the packages? Ah, crap. I think I missed Kitty, guys, which is our terminal. Well. Let's see. Yeah, it didn't grab any of our personalization. Fail. Epic fail. I think that KDE Rice command is just, I'm not feeling good about that. All right, I think we still have console installed to where we can fix this. Oh, crap. Oh, wait, we do have one thing here. Oh, jeez. Let's go. We're gonna have to do this. Or user. 1 second. Oh man, it didn't even name our host name properly. Epic fail. Chase, thanks for joining membership, man. Yeah, so I'm gonna go Control Alt and then F2 to drop into here. I'm gonna do an update command just to see everything's up to date, but we don't have NVIDIA drivers and we don't have Kitty, which Kitty I think is just a Pac-Man. Yeah, we need to install Kitty, and then if we go Control Alt F7, I think it is, or maybe it's F1 on Arch. It's F1 on Arch. Come back into here, and now give me Kitty. Nope. Man. But nothing. All right, so this whole desktop I broke. All right, so the KDE Rice, bad idea. we're gonna approach that from a different perspective, I think. That did not work to reinstall everything. Now, probably the easiest way to fix this is just to add a user. So let's say we're here, we could just do sudo user add. Oh, what is it? I can't remember. What are the commands here? Sudo user add. Typically you would do G users, and then this one usually you add it to like the sudo group and create home, and that should do it. And then we just say Titus. Oh, sudo group does not exist. Oh, I think I put it under wheel. Yeah. So now we have the Titus user, so now we can do like sudo password wd Titus, and then we'll just add that. So this is kind of a way to fix and install. We're just breaking everything today, just like every live stream, but you get to see. So I've broken my install where none of the hotkeys work, nothing. Like, I think SDDM doesn't even work, does it? Oh, it doesn't, does it? All right, we'll reboot. All right, well, just do a reboot. Sudo reboot. Force everything off. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did forget to set the shell there and tech designs. good point. So we'll just switch over to this user. This should give us a more stock. Yeah, see, that fixed everything. Yeah, K-runner works now. All right, good to know. So the KDE Rice script is bonkers. There's got to be someone else that's created something that does that. Let's go ahead and rice this out. And the shocking thing about this too, guys, I never installed the NVIDIA drivers. So that's an odd statement. But let's go ahead and rice this again. Make this look pretty. Zero Linux, watching you struggle is making me hurt inside. That's funny. Thanks, Zero. Oh, the KDE restore didn't run to a permissions error. I think it ran into a couple permissions. I think we try a different method, though. I don't know if I'm set on restoring a lot of the settings that we run into through a bash script. I think that's a little too ugly and hacky. So that's just my take on it. But let's launch into our terminal. See, this is kind of what it looks like. And I don't like that at all. We didn't need the shell command for the user add, by the way. It worked just without. But we should have almost everything in. I just want to add that rice. It would have been a nice little flair to it. The first part of the script's pretty good. Although the AUR definitely adds too much bloat. I think, honestly, I cull this down and just call it a minimal install at this point. Let's just do dark theme. All right, let's set a couple things. Nordic. Got the Nordic theme, application style. We'll do lightly. Apply. Plasma style. Nordic. Colors, window decorations. We'll do lightly. Apply. Gives it that nice little shader, which is nice. Title bars. Fonts. All that's good. Icons. We'll grab that. Zafiro. I kind of like the look of that. Maybe. I grabbed that from old Zero Linux there. That's his icon set that he recommended. It's cool. I'll try it out. I'm probably gonna, I don't know. Breeze I'm kind of like set on, but yeah, let's see. Then we got our regular breeze here. I kind of don't like this icon set. Probably end up switching to something a little different. Oxygen. It looks a little too cheesy for my liking. Launch feedback, splash screen, Nordic. All right, so Nordic did work. That's the Nordic splash screen. It's pretty cool. So that's good. Startup shutdown, Nordic apply. Desktop session. This is what you should do, or I highly recommend doing, is just kind of making sure you start with an empty session and never saving the prior session. It saves a lot of time on your shutdown and startup. Search, good. And I'm just going to go through these, reset some of that, and then we'll grab some of the .conf files from let's just grab it from the other one. So we're going to copy home user .conf .config. That should have been recursive, actually. And we're going to put that here. In our .config. Or actually, I think... Let's just do that. Ah, oops. All right, there's that. And then when we relaunch Kitty, it should have... Nope. Ah. It didn't grab anything from Kitty. I guess it didn't grab anything from the restore, the KDE restore. Or I missed that. Yeah. Mike says the KDE restore didn't do it for a permission error. This is classic Chris. It is, man. It's, you know, jumping in there. I like kind of a blend between a dark and light theme. That's why I kind of like Nordic, because it's not really super dark, but it's not really super light either. And it's kind of good in between, I feel. Yeah, we could. But if I look at the home, let's see. If I go over to user, I could just clone the Archmatic theme right here, actually. Let's do that. GitHub. Yeah, I need to clean that up. At the very least, I can grab from the KDE Rice that config file. So I can do a copy.config, or actually copy recursive.config, and put that into the home directory. .config, and put that in home. All right, there's Kitty. Now when we relaunch, what do we got? Yeah, there we go. A little cleaner. Bit better on that. So parts of that is fine. The .conf files, .configure files, I'll probably leave. And then, let's see. Let's get a little far out theme, right? At the very least, maybe somebody will be like, oh, well, this is pretty easy to pick a new wallpaper. I don't know if I prefer center windows. Honestly, I like everything to be kind of maximized. Sun was in my eyes. You know that, Hikari. Yeah, I did a Linux theming session on Friday, and now we were just trying to do an automated script to back up a lot of this, which didn't really work. So if we look, Let's see if there's a better way to back up the settings. So there's K backup to make actual backups of your system files in a nice GUI. For your Plasma customization, you could look at Plasma Customization Saver. Transfuse. Yeah, I think a lot of times, I think right here we're just trying to reinvent the wheel, and that does not need to happen. Although now that we can copy the config file, let's reboot and see what the startup looks like, and also see how long it takes to do the startup and shut down. See how we did it actually from a base level. Obviously, the rice was a fail on the auto set. So it launched right in. I didn't have to set this. Kind of makes me warm and fluffy. I like our start screen. There's the broken user that I failed on. Here's our new user. It's not bad. Icon themes really are totally borked. So probably just do like for the icon theme, probably just switch that to breeze dark, or now Nordic. Oh, let's go icons. Discard icons. Breeze dark. But I really want to get like a kind of a cool looking icon. Yeah. Work on it. I'll think on that one a little bit more. But let's look at an actual backup here. Yeah, Breeze Dark's familiar, I think, to a lot of folks, and it's a good set. I'm not gonna hate on it. All right, one more reboot. Let's see what the startup and total time is. Maybe we can get it under 5 seconds. Maybe. Let's see. BIOS screen in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. About 8 seconds. It's not bad. And then obviously the login. Might add a couple seconds to that. But yeah, overall, not too bad. I think I'll modify that script a little further. Some of the things it did, I just was like, ugh, on the rice side of things. Papyrus. I do love that icon set. Let's see. Let's go. What do we got? Yay. Papyrus, I think. Papyrus. That's not it. Is it? Yeah, the icon theme. Icon. So we just do icon theme. Let's just grab this theme. I think that's kind of... I think I really like that one. I remember using it on one of my dark themes. Actually, I think I was using it on Titus Awesome desktop when I did my own tiling window manager. And that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Overall, though, this did not do too terrible of a job. If I would have just skipped the KDE Rice portion of it and just stuck with the regular setup, I think I will wipe that out. So after this, let's fix. I'll obviously wipe this all out, but I just kind of want to see what it would take to kind of fix it up. Nothing too bad though. Oh, and we never even did get NVIDIA, right? If look at it, if I do. Oh hell, you know what? That saved a lot of my settings actually. Does that launch my browser? Oh. You know what? I think I'm just going to copy the config file and then let the user do some of the customization. Maybe. That .config file grabbed almost everything, though. I think just copying that section and just saying, forget all that rest of that business. Except for maybe the Nordic theme. I'm pondering on that. But, moving past this, let's take a look. What was I just looking at that? So I don't have any NVIDIA drivers. See, someone wants me to LSPCI this. Let's do that. I think we can just do VGA. I don't mind seeing the whole line. Oops. No space between the K. So you can see, that's impressive, man. It grabbed it. Huh. So even with my drivers and everything not installed, it went ahead and booted into my NVIDIA driver, or with my NVIDIA card. That's improvement. It used to just give a black screen. We did need to do that line that he put on here. Correct you are. Because I think it, what is the -A2 and then E. I think just VGA should get you there, man. Since it's VGA. Yeah, it's using Novu. That's pretty darn cool that it just grabbed that and booted in. But we would, like, if you were actually going to play games, you'd want to do, like, NVIDIA drivers. Or is it driver? I think it's driver, not plural. No? Is it not? I meant to do an S there. No. Really? Do you have to? No, there's a generic driver, right? You got the beta drivers right here. Why am I drawing a blank on this? Oh, it's just NVIDIA. Really? Oh, it is. Did the package name change, or am I going crazy here? Has it always just been NVIDIA? I swear it was like NVIDIA Dash Driver like a year ago. But anyways, yes. So you just do yay-s NVIDIA to grab those drivers. Huh. All right. It's very interesting. Somebody's saying you install the CUDA drivers. If we do a yay CUDA, what do we got for the CUDA here? We got CUDA tools, CUDA toolkit. Is there a specific CUDA driver in here? Programming toolkit. I think this is all AUR right here. Almost like to do, sometimes I like to just do Pac-Man, just get rid of the AUR. Yeah, see? A little bit more concise. Yeah, DKMS is really good if you're doing custom modules for sure. this one, this plasma is, I think we can just look. What do we have? This is 5.23. And that's just what we installed with the script here. I do want to change that script around. All right, let's boot back in, or let's try to boot back into our regular install and then take a peek of how we want to approach the next rice of this. And I think, let's see here. I guess we'll do that. Yes. All right, whatever. All right, did we wipe out the drive? The moment of truth is upon us. Give me my bootloader. Sweet. Oh, I do need to fix my grub. I think the last time I wiped out my bootloader, I did never fix my actual grub. So, yeah, all our installs look to be there. Yes, there it is. So we're triple booting now. That works. So what I want to do now is take a peek at our project and figure out where we failed and what we want to do with it. So we're going to just go code. And the first thing, we didn't have Kitty in here, which is our terminal. That's a problem. So we need to do Kitty. I think I removed Terminator though. Nope, I didn't. So Terminator's gone. Next thing I kind of want to do was I really enjoyed that console font. And I think that should be part of the script. I know most people don't care about that, but that was just really neat. So on the pre-install here, I think where we grab that first initial Pac-Man here, let's see, we got Pac-Man contrib. I think we put Terminus font right here. And then we set font to ter-v, what was it? Probably most people probably don't want a 24. I think it was 24 in. And just to kind of show that, set font ter v24 in. All right, well. Let's just look at the man page again. Set font. Was there... Oh, where was that? Why wasn't my man page working? Do I not have that in... Huh. Guess I don't have man in here? Alright, yep, I guess not. It was user share KBD console fonts. So let's fix that. ls user share KBD console fonts. It was ter-v24b. We'll do 22b. This right here. I guess that was the proper command. You probably just can't run set font from regular terminal. All right, so that's the pre-install. Just to kind of put the icing on the cake there and just have it automatically do it for us. So that's the pre-install. That was one of the fixes there. These KDE restore scripts, they just suck. I mean, if we're going to do anything with this, I think what we do is just on the backup side of things. I mean, the config was fine. Grabbing the .config folder, that worked pretty good. It just didn't grab some of our customizations. I think a lot of people would love those customizations, so find a better way to do this. There's got to be a better way on the backup restore. Why don't you use WM-S for this script? Let's take a peek. What is WM-S? Or S? Warehouse management system? No, that's not it. Con save. What is con save? Oh, here we go. What's this? Save Linux customization. CLI program that lets you apply Linux customizations with one command. Oh, wow. This is neat. I think this is going to be the hero comment of the day. Why not use con save? Oh, window managers. Ah, okay. I've never referred to it as that. But WMs. I think what threw me off was the WM-S. I was like, what's he talking about? Con save. Why am I now just hearing about con save? Y'all just sitting here watching me struggle for like an hour putting this thing in when we could have just done con save and then just been done. I mean, that's what I'm gathering from this, right? All right, let's run it on this system and then we'll try to restore this to the other one and see what happens. This looks pretty cool though. What, pip install con save? Yeah. Pip install con save. Okay, that was a pretty easy install. Save current profile. Con save -s. Con save -s. Titus. We're Katie. All right. Saved the profile. Now to apply a profile. So we need to import it and then apply it. So the big thing here would be, I like it. I think what we do is we change these scripts. For the backup, we're just going to back up that to KDE, or actually configs. We'll just call this the dot files. That's a bit more friendly to folks. And then this would be the con save, which if we look, con save, did that just put it in our home directory? Where does it save the con saves? How do you ship the profile? That's a good question. We'll figure it out. How hard can it be? Famous last words. So, where would it put it? Maybe there was an export command we were missing. Apply export profile. Consave-E as a KNS file. So if we look at that, consave-E, and then oh, okay. So it's doing configs, app layouts, Plasma, Kwin, console, fonts, color schemes. Wow. How big is that file? I can't read the bytes on that. So what is that? That's 85 megs. GitHub's not going to like that. GitHub's going to be like, get out of here with that nonsense. But that's pretty good. I think we can import that and then apply it. What's taking up the most amount of space here? I mean, that's pretty slick though. So let's do a consave in our actual install and see how big that one is. So this is 85, but I've done a whole bunch of crap to this. I really don't want to take over. Let's reboot. And we'll select our install. Actually, you know what? I've been meaning to fix my grub bootloader for a while now. Let's go through my grub bootloader and we'll just add this as the Rice version of it. I guess I should check if Windows is still working. Nah, I'm sure it's fine. Yeah. So it was about 90 megs with all my customization, which is not bad. Oh, yeah. I forgot about the H1, Mira. That's a good tip. Another one I like to do is just disk-free, human readable. That's a good one that does it all. But your command, that I like as well. So it's 85 megs based on that. Very cool, though. Thanks, Mira. Yeah, consave. Dude, I wish I've probably wasted hours on it now. I've probably wasted 4 or 5 hours looking at how to properly grab everything from KDE when I could have just used consave. That's pretty awesome. And that you can use that in any distribution. What's a VM manager called? That's QEMU and Virt Manager. All open source, all free, and a lot faster than anything else you're using. It's going to be faster than VMware. It's going to be faster than VirtualBox. It's going to be faster than just all of them. It's just the fastest. It's great. There's a little wonky. It's not as user-friendly, but man, if you're going to do virtual machines, it is the thing to use. Is there anything else here? Oh yeah, Charles over here, consave-E. Everyone's like yelling at me. Here's how you export it. I love having this big monitor. I can literally see like the past 10 minutes of chat. It just takes me like 5 minutes to read it. Not so much making my own ISO, kind of making a script for everyone to install Arch super fast. All right. Wallpaper is using Wallpaper Engine. So that's what you're looking for here. So if you're looking for this wallpaper, I'm using Seashore. Some of this stuff does not play well in Linux, though. I think this one, yeah, that one doesn't. VO meter, as stuff comes in and plays, it'll actually play there. This one, I don't think that one works, does it? Oh, yeah, it does. If I was playing some music through this desktop, it would show. But that's it plays pretty well. Wallpaper Engine plays very well. One other one, if anybody uses Windows, another cool one is Lively Wallpaper. I think it's a GitHub project, so it's all open source. But you can do some animated desktops, which is pretty cool. If your Wallpaper Engine's closed source, and I think it's like $5 or $4. But this is another good alternative for live wallpapers. And I think this one is Windows only, though. Which is kind of funny. Wallpaper Engine works on Linux and is closed source, and Lively only works on Microsoft. And it's open source. Unless somebody from chat corrects me. That's funny. But whatever, yeah. Two great projects, regardless. Oh, it's not Windows only? Okay, good. Good. Everything from their website just showed Windows only on the install. Wall set, yeah. I've used Fey a lot for wallpaper stuff, which is kind of fun. Another good one is Variety. That has a good download script, so you can like hook into Bing, and if you're like a Bing wallpaper person, which Bing does have. I mean, the only thing Bing has is good wallpapers, really. The search engine itself is rough. But their wallpapers I do enjoy, and Variety goes ahead and grabs it through Microsoft's API, which is great. Oh, yeah. The Awesome Window Manager is great because it's so lightweight. That's why I put it on the Titus Pi spin that I did for my Raspberry Pis, because it's lighter weight than what the Raspbian group, the people that make Raspberry Pi, use. Raspberry Pi people, I think, do LXDE. It's like a really old, archaic, ugly, and it's honestly not even that lightweight, where Awesome Window Manager is considerably more lightweight than what Raspbian uses by default for their stock desktop. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's fix the bootloader. Getting back to the main objective at hand, right? First off, let's fix etc default. I don't even know what my grub looks like. What do we got? Is it grub? Huh. What was that? You know what? Let's do grub customizer. Let's get out of terminal a little bit. Let's see what. Let's see what this gives us. So let's look at list config. Let's look at this portion. That's good, but it's saying it's referencing this one right here. So this file should be over here. So what happened was I wiped out my partition. Like, I literally deleted the entire partition that had all my boot on it. Both Windows and Linux, I did this. So it's kind of tossing some errors my way. And what we can do to fix that. And if you're wondering where I'm getting these values from to input, what you can do is just do a sudo blkid, and it should spit out all of your devices. And if you label your devices and you're not terrible like me, and you actually say, hey, this is Vintoy, and you label it, you can actually tell these apart really easily. But sometimes I get lazy and I forget to label my stuff, and we end up with this kind of shenanigans. But that's what makes it fun. All right, now moving through here, there is, I do have, let's see, SDDD, that is that one. What is our new Arch install? I want to say that's going to be this SDC. SDC is our boot right here. So we need a boot to that one. And our current boot, I think, is on SDA1, and that's this UUID right here. So that's where I'm getting all those values. If you ever need to take a peek there, let's go ahead and save that out, fix that so we no longer have an error. And then let's see. Image is not loading on the WSL2 page. You know, we could probably fix that right here, actually. The WSL2 page is good. Thanks for letting me know. A lot of people think I wiped out my old site. A lot of people don't understand. Old site's alive. And if I have errors like this, what I can do... Let's see if I've actually cloned that repository. The power of Git. Yeah, everything's good. Cool. But let's just pull up code. And what I'm gonna do is, see, do I have a open recent website? And then we can do a Hugo server. Wait, does it? Yeah, that was the Hugo server. And this pulls up the old website. So if I mess something up, because when I did that whole change to that website, everything was kind of still here. So this is what the old website looked like. But you said WSL2? Yeah. So this is what it looks like, but I'm missing that. And these images, let's just inspect. Images 2020 WSL2. So that's where they're stored. And I can easily pull those up. So do that. We're going to kill this server so it's no longer serving the old website. But yeah, you could actually clone my entire website and grab all my stuff from the old one, which is great. Because if I'm missing a page, or I see people are hitting a page and I'm like, oh, that page isn't there anymore, and then I can just go in and recreate it. But yes, I will update that as those. If we look at christitus.com/WSL. WSL2, I think it was, actually. Yeah. It's missing a couple pages here. So I'll edit this on the back end. Thanks for letting me know, though. I'll grab those old files. Beauty of how lightweight the old one is. This is a bit heavier, but I do like it. So our grub2 bootloader is not seeing our secondary one. So let's take a look. Consave was the project name. KONSAVE. Now let's just there like a clone? That would be cool. I wonder why OS Prober's not working. Oh, well. Like I said, we can do a manual. Well, it's kind of a good learning experience anyways. We can do a little manual entry here. Might change things a little too. NVIDIA DRM mode set. I think I can leave most of that. Except for this right here. We cannot leave that. We are using more of a stock setting here. Yeah, that should be it right there. Let's just take that. Good little starting spot. And we're going to look for our new UUID. Again, BLK ID to grab any UUID, Windows, Linux, Mac, all of them work the same. And this is it. SDC1 is it. I know that because we set this to BetterFS or ButterFS, however you say it. Then we got our UUID right here. We want to grab the boot, and that should get us there. And then this UUID is actually wrong as well. So let's grab it. You do have to run BLK ID as a super user. And this. Paste command's not working in here. Oh well. All that looks good now. Let's save that out. That should update our script. Can Apex Linux give you more FPS than Apex? So this is a good question. Like a lot of times, like all this whole point is to kind of get new users on different portions of like Arch and different portions of Linux, maybe even some Windows users. But here's a good example of how Linux can be faster than Windows. Technically, let's say you have a competent user that knows Windows and Linux very well. Like I know both operating systems very well. And since the games are made for Windows, technically Windows will always be faster just because they don't have to go through a compatibility layer to make it run on this kernel. You're always inherently going to lose some performance. However, if Windows becomes so bloated that you have that compatibility layer, it actually becomes less of a drag on the system, Linux does, compared to Windows, because Windows just bloats up so much. A good example of this phenomenon outside of gaming is Windows 11. Windows 11 is inherently a lot more bloated. There's about 15 more processes and about another 500 or 600 megs of memory that gets used on stock installs. And I've done stock installs in VMs just like I've been doing on this one, and you can see the difference between Windows 10 and Windows 11. However, when I made a video about Windows 11 and I said, hey, don't upgrade to Windows 11, a lot of comments, I'd say there were some comments, not maybe a lot, but there were some comments saying, I install Windows 11 and it's just as fast, and I'm using an AMD Ryzen chip. And to me, I'm like, okay, there's a lot to unpack there. One, there's a 15% decrease because there's a bug in Windows 11, which they're hopefully going to fix. Two, There's obviously more processes. And 3, it's obviously using more memory. Or is it? If Windows 10 was so bloated that it had all this extra crap that person put on, and then they upgraded to Windows 11 and Windows 11 wiped everything out, Windows 11 is going to be faster. It's the appearance of performance. And this is where Linux can really shine, because Linux just doesn't have much to bloat up. And if you have a curated install like you see with SteamOS, and they know they can make it as minimal as possible, they're going to have a good edge, because a lot of Windows users, especially the less tech savvy ones, are going to have a better experience on SteamOS if, and this is a big if, a really big if, all their games work. That's it. That's the big thing. That's the gotcha. So, yes, Linux can be faster, so to speak, if a person doesn't optimize their Windows properly. Yeah, when I measured it, the stock install was between, on initial boot is about 136 on the process count. After reboot, there was a cleanup that happened on Windows 11 that Windows 10 never had. Windows 10 was always between about 111 and 116 on stock install. Windows 11 has a lot more variation. The initial boot into Windows 11 on the desktop was about 130 some processes, and then when I rebooted and updated, it cleaned up some updates and reduced the process count by almost 10 on the second boot after updates. That's kind of crazy. So there's some shenanigans happening there, but that's about it. What if I debloat Windows 10 to 11? How does it compare to Linux? It's going to pull ahead. It'll pull ahead. If you do a full debloat and you really limit a lot of the process counts, you're going to have a better performer. It's going to be the top performer. And I mean, that's just because, again, those games are designed to run on Windows, and if you can reduce it. But like I said, most people can't reduce it. And even using like my debloat script, that doesn't really reduce a lot of process counts. I haven't really gone into the services and cleaned those up and really reduced a lot of that overhead to where Linux can definitely pull out close. But I think maybe the thing to really focus on here isn't necessarily what will give you every last inch of FPS, and more of, hey, what's the experience like? Because at the end of the day, the experience is going to dictate which one you're going to go with. And Linux is getting to a point where if everything's set up right and the experience is good, you're going to have more of a, a good experience. If it's set up right and all your games are there, I think it won't matter as much as many think it will on the FPS realm of things. I'm growing. Here we go. Fix that up a little bit. Yeah, if you can strip down, it gets pretty good. If you have like 50 or 60 processes at boot, it's gonna perform extremely well for you. No doubt about that in my mind. Just tweaking things a little bit here. Getting things looking a little bit better. Figuring out exactly the best way. Still one of my first. This is actually the first live stream with this kind of theme. I like it though. I love the little jams. see what else we got on chat here. Yeah, I've been working on that, Michael. I had my limiter was a little too aggressive on post, and I was seeing a little more clipping as I was trying to push down any of my peaks. And I think I got my limiter down to, I think like almost 1.5 decibels from the peaking. And it's just getting OBS to sound good on a live stream is probably it's the hardest thing to do. Because a lot of times you come in way too quiet, and I had that problem for a very, very long time. What do you think about Gen 2? Gen 2 is great for kiosks, and specifically if you want to like set up a menu in a restaurant and have like a minimal computer running it behind it. You could set up a good image for that using Gen 2 and never have to worry about it again, which is great. But for a daily driver, no, don't do it. I have not checked out Zero Linux. He's been in chat a bunch, though. He's actually sent a lot of things over, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I still need to get the UFX hardware for sure. With time. Speaking of games, seems like you played Minecraft. Do you have a Minecraft server? Oh do I ever. I've actually been working on something behind the scenes for a good month. I'm going to pull it up here. And the old Minecraft server, the ultimate Minecraft server. Something I've been kind of working on. So a fun little backstory on this server. It even has its like Discord, some server stats. What does the server stats look like now? I don't think we have too many players. Yeah, like 117 players. But minecraft.christitus.com takes you to the website, takes you to the server if you're in Minecraft. Hit it up. Quite a bit of people there, and it's kind of established like its own little community, and they give like feedback of everything that's going on. So they kind of help out as I tune the server more and more. And it's been a fun deal setting all this up. So yes, that's a Minecraft server. I like to jump on there every once in a while. I usually play with my daughter some on weekends, and we'll try and like build something special somewhere. And it does have a lot of different plugins, mainly like grief prevention, anti-cheat. Everything's built from the stock, I think a stock Ubuntu image. So I'm not using like MineOS or something like that. Everything is actually designed, and the technicals needed to set up a proper Minecraft server. I'm actually kind of impressed because it does require quite a bit of technical knowledge and a lot of documents that I find setting up Minecraft servers. It's terrible, like really, really bad. And yeah, I need to do a how-to on this specific thing, but check it out. Minecraft.christitus.com. Love it. It's so much fun. So much fun. I love doing that. Yeah, and I think the first time I ever jumped on Minecraft was in a live stream, like 2 years ago, something like that. I know it was like, I think Akari was there, a couple other people in chat from back then, where I jumped on a custom-made server that I made. But there's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot that goes into a Minecraft server you just really wouldn't think of. But I've been slowly, tinkering around with it, getting it pretty much right. I still don't have like a mod or an operator that jumps in there, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. What was the final outcome of the build install? Thanks for asking. The final outcome was the script works kind of, but it's not very fluent. And the customization on the inside, which let's take a look here. The customization I wanted to export out, which we did. Let's go ahead and reboot to it. This was what the build ended up installing, but I needed to. We'll probably wipe this out again and rerun it real quick, because I wanted to test that con save out, get everything just right, and then export that out. But I will do a video on it when it's ready. I just want to make it less hacky than it is right now. Not having a prompt when it does a switch user is kind of annoying. And what's going on here? Come on. I know you can do it. Maybe not. What are your thoughts on ArchFi, Arch Linux install script? I love ArchFi. ArchFi is the way I usually install Arch Linux. I just wanted to make this specifically for getting in and doing it. And yeah, I guess I could do resub, sys control key. So yeah, this is the problem with this. Look at this. This keyboard, I hate it, but I love it at the same time. It has 3 computers. This 1, 2, 3 over here with the F keys allows me to switch between 3 different computers. But there is no sys control key. They removed it. All I have is like numlock, and then they replaced it with all these crappy function keys. I could go in and rebind some of the Linux stuff, but yeah. That's the thing. So I have a love-hate relationship with this keyboard. I love it because it's the only keyboard I need, but I hate it because it's like flat keys, and having to hold the function key to press an F key kind of bugs me. Hey, there it goes. I don't know what happened with that. But let's see if our bootloader got fixed. Let's go to test Arch now. Hey, that looks good. Oh, crap. Uh-oh. I think I messed that up because I don't have grub installed, and this is using sys control. My bad. 1 second. We can fix that. Minor inconvenience. Oh, can't see it. I forgot I'm not on the desktop. So anyways, yeah, it just went into grub recovery mode, and I had to reboot. So that did not like. Let's go grub customizer. And what I can do for this, can I boot to grub, or boot to systemd boot from grub. It's like a daisy chain bootloader. I don't know if I can do this or not. Has anybody ever daisy chained grub and the systemd together? I don't know if that's a thing. Because I have grub installed on all the other installs, but for the official install, I'm using systemd boot. And I don't know if I can force it over there because it's not going to have any of the grub stuff to boot. Maybe. Thoughts as Samba as a domain controller? I just never have gotten a really good clean install from a Samba as a domain controller. It's fine for some stuff. Maybe like a read-only domain for just authentication purposes, you could do it. But some stuff, not so much. Oh, yeah, GNOME boxes. GNOME boxes is clean looking, but I mean, it's not great. XFC is way lighter. Is everything... XFC is actually pretty close to KDE for size. I think XFC runs in like the 500s and KDE clocks in like almost the same. I think KDE clocks in at like maybe 600. So very, I mean, you're splitting hairs really there. All right, booting to systemd from grub. I don't think that's gonna bear any fruit. I guess I could install grub on this thing. Meh, I don't care that much. Let's just boot to the drive itself. I don't really want to modify my grub bootloader to try and daisy chain that. We'll just do a F8 on startup. Sometimes I just like to make things more complicated than they really need to be. The easiest thing here is just to be like, boot menu, select Linux boot manager, hit enter. That's it. All right. There we go. Here's our test install from the script, but we wanted to do, let's launch into our terminal. Come on over. Gonna go pip install con save. All right. Oh, you know what? Our path directory does not have. I'm gonna just hack through this real fast. But really, we should fix this. So let's go con save, export, and we wanted to export this as KDE stock 1. No profile saved yet. Con save. What was it? Oh, we have to save it first. Oh, I like that one better. That was way quicker, guys. Oh, look at that con save file. That's what I'm talking about. 38 kilobytes. That'll work. We'll toss that over. I do need to set up a better way to get in and out of this thing, but whatever. For now. When in Rome. Let's see. Oh, dude, it's already noon. All right. Let's finish this out. I'm just getting my password right now. Get through all my two-factor. There we go. All right, and then we'll take our archive, which is, I think, under main pool archive, KDE Rice, and then I think we wanted to paste that one file. So this should export all this out, although this did not switch over to the ZSH cell. Let's just see what that. I think if I didn't mess up the export, it would have been fine. So anyways, needless to say, let's close this. And we're going to just give it a reboot. You know, that launcher is going to be off. Well, let's just see. Yeah, KDE with a bunch of apps and stuff, you're going to be looking more towards like 1.5, 2 gigs with a whole bunch of stuff loaded down. Alrighty. And we're going to want to boot there. Hey, no error on our grub anymore. Yeah. How many times have I leaked my password on stream? That's happened quite a few times. Thank goodness for two-factor. Oh, I think the last one was when we did the Linux versus Windows benchmark stream. That was rough. Because I think Windows didn't hide the password through command prompt, and it just leaked everything right out. I was like, well, that's not good. I mean, it was just like a benchmarking site login, so it wasn't like the end of the world, but still a little aggravating. All right, so we have that in. Now we need to modify this whole setup. Then we'll wipe it out. We'll do one last install here to see what it looks like. I mean, I still am not totally satisfied with the final product, but it's very, very close. Let's go here. We got Kitty. We're going to do dot files. The pre-install, we're adding terminal. 22B, okay. And then one last change. VS. Let's go code. And open recent. So this is where we would do like a con save. And then con save. Export KDE. And then the restore will come right here. And this restore, we need to fix this a little bit. Dot files. Did I change the folder in here? Let's just open the containing folder. Why is it in Nautilus? Oh, whatever. That's interesting. We're going to delete that and then delete that. And we're just going to grab this config file. And then we're just going to move everything up just a level. So that should pretty much fix that portion of things. And then for right here, we want to drop our main pool. That was strange. I've got too many file managers going on. It must have been for a video or something. Maybe a past live stream where I installed too many of them. Synology main. Where's my archive? Put it right here in KDE Rice. Then we got this nice small file we can take with it and paste. Oops, maybe not. All right, now that should fix everything up. Let's take a look. KDE restore. All this is crap. And then this should just be pip install con save. And then con save import kde dot knsb. No code. I don't want a correction. Ah, jeez. And I think that was the syntax for con save, right? Let me check here. Da, 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 da. Streambeats.com, Synthwave. I think it's like 10 different albums of just different 80s style stuff. But Streambeats is awesome. Well, thanks, Ninja. I've been working on switching things, and a lot of it I think will end up netting a lot of just teaching folks more stuff. That's my big thing, because it's so easy to just get caught up in all things, and that is my big thing. Is I could feel myself doing that. And it's just like the natural direction that you get pulled, I think, doing YouTube. Social media in general, I think everyone sometimes runs into that. All right, so we do our import with the I command, and then we should be able to do the... How do we let's see, we import, apply. So we import it, and then we need to do a -A to apply it. So then we're going to do a con save -A, KDE. And that should get everything where we need it. One thing I want to look at is on this AUR. I really hate this lightly get. It takes so darn long. I wonder if there's some way to pick that up or make it a little bit better. Yeah, one of them things. And KDE restore. I don't think we're going to copy this into our AUR. And this says ZSH. We still don't get that. If I could fix that prompt as soon as it switches user. When using switch user command, I'm still not getting a prompt. Let's see about fixing that as well. Switch user, no prompt. Linux. That is one other bug we were running into. That would make a world of difference if we could do that. As root, you may issue -username at command prompt -L. I don't think I can use a -L. So I think, like, if we're on TTY, just to test this out. All right, so we're here. Let's say I'm logged in. We'll switch to user. This is what it should look like. But when I do a switch user Titus, it does it there. Switch user -L Titus. What's that look like? We can try the -L Titus. Let's see if there's any other commands here. Dash and -L are the same thing. Shell. I think we could do like a -L and then do -shell bin bash, or ZSH, I think is what we're using. ZSH. We'll do bash for this instance since that's what's installed right here, and then Titus. And that's prompting for a password though. I think at this point we have to embrace that intervention, because if we don't have a shell, that's going to be pretty darn worthless, I think. All right, let's come back into our desktop, and I think that's the end of the base command when we do the sudo s l, and then we're gonna do bash shell bin bash. I think we have to do that. And that syntax should be solid. Oh, well, I already closed that. So that should fix that. We do install ZSH and change things to ZSH here, but I'm going to keep it in a bash shell just for simplicity's sake. But I'll have all the customizations for ZSH set. And then this right here, I'm not sure if we're going to have intervention problems with that. I think we will. I think we're going to save this to post install. I want to just see how that looks on initial run. And the rest of this, I think, is good. I'm pretty darn happy with all of that. And I think this will have pretty close to making a video on, making it down. The big thing there is the lightly git download. It almost looks like it freezes everything up. And I do take issue with that. So we got GIMP. Why is there so many GIMPs? Kitty. Oh, that's that. Oh, okay. Let's just change that around. Fixes. Whatever. Let's push that. All right. Let's catch up with chat here. See if there's anything. The .local as path, good call, a coding woof. That's actually in my ZSH project. So when I clone that ZSH and the shell changes over to ZSH, we can do that. The reason why we're doing post is for that specific reason. That's a really good point, because when you do a pip install, like Proton up, for instance, for updating your Proton, that's a great command. But if you don't have that loaded in your path, then it won't even work. Same thing with consave. Consave is pip as well. Two really good pip packages that I use all the time. Test your scripts by running them. I use a VM, usually starting out, because starting out my scripts are a little bit rough around the edges, to say the least. And then once I get that pretty stable, then I start to use them in actual production environment or a test environment on bare metal, because a VM and bare metal is just two different things. So we have that. We're good. Yeah, I guess I could just not use Lightly, but I really like the look of Lightly. That's the problem. Maybe completion's a bit of an oversight. Overshoot. That's true. Usability. How's that? How's that, John? We can do a usable project is what we're shooting for on this one. So with that, let's reboot. I think we have... Did we do the commit? I think we did the commit, right? Yeah, we did. Just doing a fetch. Yes. I think there was one pull request too that I didn't look at. Probably should take a peek at the pull request. Pull request is just like anytime you see a project of mine or someone in the community, maybe someone watching this video, they can just look at it and go, hey, here's an improvement, and they can send a pull request my way. And we got 3 pull requests. We got a typo, which if we look, this is he's just fixing a typo. So that's a pretty easy pull request to approve. And we'll just go ahead and merge that in. So just come back to here, merge pull request, confirm. So thank you, Tommy. Come back to our pull request. What else we got? My try on a gaming strip. Let's see what he did here. It says no conflicts. What's it's probably a new file. Yeah, 10 gaming setup. Game mode, TKG. I like this. Lutris is actually already installed. Auto CPU. This is good for laptop users. VK Basalt. That's like a shader type thing. I actually had a video on it a long time ago where it just kind of improves a lot, like the shadows and how things look. It's very, very useful on old games. G overlay. I think that's... I haven't used G overlay. I think I remember watching a video on it a long time ago. Early OOM, don't know. NSE, don't know. PAU driver, I've used that for little things. Couple key servers that we're getting. What are we signing? Yeah, he's putting chaotic AUR in. That just expands the AUR. I mean, this is pretty good. This is, I like it. And this is the graphics driver. Do you want emulators? I mean, this I mean, that's neat. I don't care who you are. And then he's setting, let's see, Titus script in initd. Then he's setting a lot of the network commands right here. One thing I'm kind of surprised that he didn't add, some of this is a little preferential, but is disabling IPv6. Depends on where you're at in the world. EU, you probably don't want IPv6 disabled. Here in America, we really don't like IPv6 a lot. We rarely use it. So much stuff still goes off IPv4. VM swappiness. This is cache or swap file to solid state. He's setting this from, I think 30 is the default, down to a 10, so it's going to use more memory, or more of the actual memory compared to the actual swap file, which is a legit tweak. He's just adding this into NVIDIA. It's a hook, so anytime you do an update, it updates that. Is that going to run for everybody that runs NVIDIA, though? Yeah, so you have the option up here, just a little bug. You have the option here for NVIDIA. And does he have, if NVIDIA equals true, to exclude this if someone's not running NVIDIA? Yeah, I don't see that. I probably need an if statement here. The rest looks really good. That's really, I'm probably not going to do a poll or commit this just yet. I'm going to look over that a little more, but a very, very cool little shot right there. I do like a little, some of this. This MPV is actually just a video player. This is some interesting, I've never seen these tweaks before, so. It's neat. It's neat. I like it. So that's a cool little pull request. What else we got? Fix for non-user mode. Oh, this is the fix. Let's see what they did for a fix. We just did this fix. Echo switching to user mode. I don't think that fixes it. He just took that line and put it up to that line. Right? Huh. Oh, wait. Is this changed? No, that's the same. Okay, yeah, I like our fix better. We're going to actually close this one out. We're going to close that pull request out. We'll just say, went a different way. And comment. All right. Good stuff. I'm not exactly great on documentation. All right, let me check up with chat here. Sorry, I just wanted to get through those pull requests. I think everything looks good. There are a lot of Arch users in chat. See how we do on our Debian build. So we have all of that in. I'll look back through that gaming pull request. I think we will do that, though, because we needed to add the NVIDIA drivers in. And one last check. I'm just like, ever since I missed that. All right, we'll go ahead and pull that from here. Those were the two ones we did. And now we're ready to try it again. For the last time, this is it. Oh boy. But before then, I do need to take a quick break, and then we're going to go for the final run of this script, see how we did, and see how the personalization stays. Because that's the big thing, is I'm not sure how the personalization is going to do. So with that, we're going to go 5-minute break. I'll be right back, guys. And I'll see you in a little bit. We'll try the final run of our script, and this should complete everything. And hopefully be able to make a video out of it. We'll see. You hear nothing. All right. Oh. Oh. I don't know about that. What is that? Ugh. All right. Yep. That is nasty. I'm not buying that again. All right, continuing on here. I was watching chat. We're pretty good. I think someone pulled up. We're about to try it all over and see how we did on our project. This should mark the completion of everything. Let's just sudo reboot. Super user reboot. You can actually just type reboot, but I like to do sudo reboot. Yeah, AMD video cards are like the easiest things to get working these days. As I say that, though, I think it was it the 3000 series had a lot of issues. Although I think the 6000s was a little bit better of a rollout. Nah, maybe not. Never. I think I'm just thinking that because there wasn't very many people with the 6000 card. But I remember, I think Jason Vangelo from Linux from Everybody. Excuse me. He had a lot of problems with it. But I think he was using like a Debian fork with a very old kernel. And anytime you get a new card, that's problematic. I need to add the def. Yeah, I agree. The -F. I don't know why this is hanging all of a sudden. Oh well, we'll just chat in front of a black screen for a minute. Oh, why do I keep drinking that? It's terrible. It's like a kombucha or something, if anybody's wondering. Island mango. Island butt, man. Ugh. All right. Well. Don't waste any good money. Alrighty. Now we come into... We're going to go Ventoy. We're going to start all over. Time to wipe it out and start from scratch. Yeah, I mean, the lightly is the one thing that's kind of hanging us up. So, I would love to change that, but I think we just got to roll with it. All right, we're going to just do an LSBLK, list all our drives. We can see we're running on a 500 gig solid state, so that's going to be USDC. And we need a wipe file system, since it already has BetterFS. If you just wipe out the partition structure, all the snapshotting and all the capabilities of BetterFS are left intact. So it doesn't actually delete the data. So it's best to do all type BetterFS and then dev. Don't get your drive wrong on this. And we're going to just wipe out that. And then I think that's good. From here, we can go ahead and start the script as normal. And we're just going to do a sy-get. And from here, we can do our git clone and then run our package. So this will be the official run, hopefully our last run in this project. At least the last run that is live streamed. I'm sure there'll be continual updates. There's always a better, more improved way of doing things. cd into our directory. We'll run our pre-install. Oh, look at that. Changed our font type right before our eyes. So you can actually see it without squinting in full screen mode. And now we start the download. Should. Famous last words. True. True. Yeah, so at the end here, when I make the video, the video needs to come in under, I would say, 10 minutes. 10 minutes is like the sweet spot for YouTube, about. And I would love for this Arch script to just go through in 10 minutes, but in reality, I think we need to add all these extra packages, and some of them will be long. It'll take a long time to do, and that's just how it is. So it won't be the fastest install, because Lightly, I think, takes 10 minutes by itself, just because it runs on a really slow server. All right, pay attention on this part. We don't want to format the wrong thing. All right, SDC, so yes. That should get us there. And this is formatting our drive automatically and partitioning everything, and then installing the base system. Yeah, I'll probably end up doing like an image of this after it's all set up and done, and toss it in the download section on christitus.com for the members over there. But the script is always going to be public and on Git, so anybody can run this and customize it, and I encourage that. And if you want to download the image file after all this, it's fine too. I don't care. So hopefully this run, already I mean, looking back on our first couple runs, because I think the first time we ran this was last Wednesday, it was a bit of a hot mess. And it's really come a long ways in less than a week. Pretty happy. No partition on that. I will say as far as partitioning goes, it just kind of takes up that whole drive. So it's not going to be suitable for if you're using one hard drive with like 2 OSs. It'll just wipe out everything on that drive. You're welcome to change that too. I was just trying to think of the easiest way to go about it. And frankly, I really think you should separate each one of your installs to its own separate hard drive. I know that some people can't do that, though. And now we start our setup. So now this sets up the base packages. Our mirrors, it should redo download in the mirrors. Root password, host name, gaming. Oh, and you know what? We never did fix the host name, so we should probably do that. Yeah, I could have told you Photoshop in Linux is a hot mess. I tried it so long ago, Michael. I was kind of hoping that maybe it would have gotten better, but yeah, it just used GIMP. That's pretty much where you're at. Or throw up like a Windows VM with Photoshop if you have to have it and you want to be in Linux. Yes, it'll work on everything, Boater. It was actually designed in a VM, and now I took it and I want to test it on bare metal. So how VMs and bare metal operate sometimes can differ a little bit, and that's why I wanted to kind of do it this way. Yeah, GIMP's just really weird. As much as I love GIMP and I'm always touting GIMP, kind of a fun thing here, guys, is look back on when I first did the Linux challenge. The videos are pretty rough. I was using like a Logitech webcam and I think a headset. Maybe I think I got to my Yeti mic. And I was on a Yeti mic. That I roasted GIMP. I was like, I hate GIMP. Photoshop's better. And I did that for like 30 days. And I think I turned the corner around the 60 to 90 day mark. It was like at least a couple months in before I was like, okay, this is awesome. But it did not start out that way at all. All right, let's see. I'm hoping it prompts for a password here. And then we log in and we should have a prompt. Hopefully. We'll see. VM, I always use QEMU or KVM. Unless I have a bare metal hypervisor like... Oh, I really like XCP-ng, which is Zen server based. Or you could even using like VMware with like xSphere and that type of thing. Or ESXi. And Hyper-V, I guess, is like my least favorite hypervisor. I mean, it's there. If you have like extra Windows server licenses laying around, Hyper-V is not terrible. Just, I don't know. Something about Hyper-V, I just don't like it. It's not like a Microsoft thing. It's just, meh. I'd just rather would have VMware or Zen server. Javier. Well, glad you're watching, man. Yeah, I think it was all of January 2019 to, I want to say close to the end of 2019 that I was on Debian SID the entire time. Do you like Proxmox? Proxmox is great for YouTubers. I don't think I'd use it in business, but just like trying stuff out, and I love how it integrates Spice and a lot of the viewing, so you can spin up a ton of virtual machines. It's really good. Man, I think this stuff is gonna kill me before the end of this stream. Ugh. Why am I drinking it? Kombucha. They say it's healthy for you. I think they lied. Yeah, it's a organic kombucha from Brew Doctor. It has probiotics in it and natural bacteria. Good bacteria. Good for people. Good for communities. Good for our planet. Sounds like some hippy-dippy BS if you ask me, but yeah, whatever. It was on sale. I grabbed a pack. Yeah, it's pretty gross. I'm not buying this again. At least not this flavor. This flavor is... I thought usually I can keep drinking something and kind of get used to it, but each time it kind of just, gets you. I tell you. Some kombuchas I like the other ones I could drink with a straight face. This one's just a little rough around the edges. Whew. I'm out on the diet stuff. I can't do Diet Coke. Honestly, I'm trying to just not drink any soda. I do love me some Dr. Pepper or just Coca-Cola Classic, man. Those are my two sodas that I do enjoy. All right, here we go. New user. Here comes the moment of truth. Did we do a good job with the conversion? No, we did not. It did not. Ah, dang. So it's still borked on the prompt here. You see there's just no prompt. It's a prompt, but it's not a prompt. So, but, oh well. Let's do 3 software AUR. Yeah. I don't even have auto completion. This is one thing that's just driving me crazy. Why, when it switches user in the script, it just will not give me a prompt afterwards. So that's one thing I need to fix. But so be it. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, stay away from sugar. This doesn't have any sugar, I don't think. Oh, crap, it does have sugar. 15 grams. Oh, man. It's not even that good, and it has a ton of sugar. Wish I just got a Coke. Oh, well. Bash, I've done that before, Terra, and I noticed it still doesn't give me a prompt. It's something with how that switch user is interacting in Arch chroot. I think it might be something with the chroot environment when you do a switch user in it. And I don't think it is interfacing with that prompt properly because you're chrooted in. So maybe the solution here is to reboot. But I don't know. I guess we could force a reboot, it reboot into the install, and then you can continue. I'd have to figure out a way to cleanly do that so it wouldn't kick into the display manager. I guess I could write like some type of interactive thing, or here's another crazy idea. Do like how Archfi does it with making a console menu, like Task Cell does in Task Select in Debian does. We could do like that type of console menu. I think that would probably be the better of the two. Because then you can easily switch user, launch right into the menu select, and make your own console-based menu. That probably would be a little bit cleaner. All right, this is where it just kick back. Enjoy it, because this is the one. Cloning this repo takes forever. It's not even that big of a repo either. Yeah, you can actually, John Smith, you can actually go to, if you click on my name, go to my YouTube website, or not the website, but the YouTube homepage, my homepage. It'll have a section called live streams, and you'll see the past live streams all there. I have everything for this past week, and I'm just going to, I usually archive those to members about once a month, but I'll probably just leave that. So like the really old stuff, obviously will be members only, but then at the start of the next month, I'll probably archive October off to members only. What about dialogue? Dialogue would work, Jordan. That's a good suggestion. I always like to tell people in technology, I guess there's a saying, there's many different ways to skin that cat. And that's so true. There's like 20 different ways to fix one problem. And a lot of people just find like 1 or 2 different ways to fix that certain problem. And then they're like, that's just how you have to do it. But really, it's best to find as many of them as you can, because you really don't know which one's the best one until you really learn each individual method. So a lot of it's just trial and error. Yeah, I love this music, George. I got, that's why I got my headset on. That's the only thing I like to listen to it. Gets me pumped. Stolid Arch. Yeah. Yeah, so Clint, that's a good point, like about archiving. Live streams on YouTube, if done improperly, will kill a channel. Literally just kill a channel. So I think there's good ways to do it, but I don't think anybody's really found that like perfect mix. The closest person, you guys are going to laugh at me when I tell you who is just like a genius in this area, who I think has done the best job with live streams and has probably the biggest audience with live streams. And it's Dr. Disrespect. This guy that wears a wig and a fake mustache and plays video games. But what he's done and how he engineers a lot of the live streams and how he's archiving them off and still keeping that main channel clean, it's amazing. He's done a great job with the business aspect and how he's navigated YouTube live streaming. He also does something that I don't see a lot of people doing in live streaming that my hat's off to him, is he makes special thumbnails for each stream. Each stream has a set theme, even though most themes are just him playing like Warzone or some crap. But it's about that initial click. And most people don't realize that. I see so many other people that are live streaming on YouTube just create the same thumbnail, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. And people will be like, oh, I already saw that thumbnail. I already clicked that live stream. So every live stream needs to stand out on its own. And the last thing is, every live stream has to be unlisted. None of them should ever be public. So as soon as this live stream wraps, it's unlisted. It'll never hit the YouTube algorithm. YouTube won't be able to find it. And then after a month, I just push it off into my members section, and then only members can access it. And frankly, those are like the diehard fans, and those are probably the only people that will watch a month or 2 old stream. So that's kind of how I handle it. But there are some good live streams I've left up. On my second channel, Titus Tech Talk, I've done a lot of experiments with live streams and long form content like that. And there's some that just are amazing, like bangers of live streams where everything just goes just right. And there's just tons of good stuff packed in there. And those you can leave up if you go through and make chapters and channel mark everything and curate it to where, hey, I'm tired of watching this install process. Let's go ahead and skip to the next one. As long as people can do that, then you could do some public. But most of your content, like 99%, should be curated 10 to 20 minute videos. Yeah. There's a lot of live stream view gaming channels that kill it. Gaming's really the only vertical that's done live streaming really, really well. Yeah, he has a team that does it for him. That's true, Doom. But I always think with enough efficiency, one man can do anything. So, yes, he does have a team, but I think if I get it just honed in there just right, get the proper procedure to it, get everything done in a good way that I can do it myself. And then if let's say I ever like blow up and it's like ridiculous, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna hire somebody. Then you have this perfect procedure to follow to do that, and you can hand that off. I think what most YouTubers do is they just kind of wing it, and then they hire people because they think that's going to make their load lighter. And that's where they screw up. I mean, in business, when you hire somebody, you have to train them, and you train them to do specific tasks, and then they do it. And then if they do anything above that, great. If not, well, you only train them to do those things. And most YouTubers screw that up. They just hire people, and then they don't have them assigned to a task. They're like, hey, I just need a guy that's a jack of all trades. And yeah, if you ever hear that in a job interview, you should run. I just need somebody that's just great at everything. Yes, everyone wants somebody that's great at everything, but you should at least be able to train someone and be like, these are the tasks that you're going to definitely need to be good at. And then if they go above and beyond that, then fantastic. Michael. Oh. Yeah, everything relating to this script is left public. I think, what was it? Past that, let me see. If we can public a couple of those or unlist them, I should say. All right, that's done. Oh, sweet. All right, so we're done with this portion. I'll fix that here in a second. 1 second. I'm going to come back to it. We'll exit. And then we should just be able to do 9 post setup. So whenever we do switch user, it does that. So if we do switch user, login, shell, bin, bash, user. Damn it. All right. Let's exit. What if we switch that to ZSH user? Ooh. It's a little hack. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. All right, I'm going to fix that second part of the script. We'll change it from bash to ZSH. I've already imported that shell. So that's one way to do it. So we'll fix this, and then you'll have a shell like this. And what was the other one from Archmatic? And I think it was just... Let's cat Katie Rice restore. All right. Katie Rice restore. Restore. Make sure I chmod that. And then we can run the restore. Huh. Con save is not there. So the reason why it's saying that is we don't have the path variable, which would be something like this, and just go .local and put that in bin. Con save, import KD like that. We import it, and then consave apply KDE. And then we just do an exit. Exit. Wait, did we run the post install? I don't think we ran the post install, did we? Oh, we did. All right, so we should be good. So now, oh, get out chroot, reboot. And now we should have a fully working system. There's a couple things at the end there I did need to switch user or do the con save. That was a little convoluted, so that's something I need to patch up a little bit. Make that look a little bit better. There's the 500 gig. There it is. So this is the stock install. Let's see what this looks like. I bet it looks ugly as hell. All right, here's this, which we knew that was going to look ugly. No, all right, that's not so bad. And do we have Kitty? K-Runner's broken. Is Kitty on there? Yeah. So there's something that's getting applied in there that just is completely ruining. Like, I can't launch Explorer or anything. It's gotta be something in my .config that's just working things. Run as sudo. I could. It did apply a lot of the themes, though, which is good. But the problem is the interface is kind of broken. Like, any KDE app is not starting. And my console's not starting either. Why is that? Yeah, it has to be permissions. I bet you, since we can't even launch console, we got to come back here. Sorry, guys. So if we look, let's go all, what's the config look like? So user.config, it's got to be a permissions issue, right? All this got imported in. And it did not like some of it. Something in here it really did not like. Access rights. So when we clean this, that's the big problem here. I think it's something with the actual .config on the start. Maybe like an initial run script after the user's set up and logged in. That could work. Maybe it's something with this. Let's take a look. Anything in here? All those are users. Maybe it's, let's see. CSH should work. Yeah, that's, CSH works. So what causes KDE to just not like anything I'm doing? I think what we do is we don't copy any KDE settings over. We rely 100% on consave. I think I'm pulling over something that's specific to the system, and it should only pull over non-KDE stuff. Consave takes care of KDE, and then I pull over just the things that are important, such as like kitty config, which if we look, and set font tur v24 bold. But if we look here and do a cd into kitty, see, it didn't even copy all of it. So I think it started copying some of it and then like died halfway through. So maybe we can do this. CD Archmatic. Let's copy recursive dot files. You know what? Let's do a force to dot files, and we put that into the root and dot config. And then let's go over there to dot config. Oh, oops. Crap. Let's remove those dot files again. One more time. Archmatic. And let's do a copy of recursive force dot files, just right like that, into home.config. Now if we go back into .config. Oh no, it copied again. Oh, it's my syntax, I think. I think /* should do it. Yeah. Yep. I'm following you. Hey, coding wolf. Much appreciated. That's exactly the syntax I should be using. But let me get rid of those dot files. I don't want to leave all that just sitting there. So if we go into Archmatic, and then we do copy rf dot files * to home dot config, and then just put them right there. Now we should be able to come back into .config, do a listing of kitty. All the stuff should be there, and now we can come back into our home folder. And does that launch anything? Probably need a reboot here. Let's just restart. Is the all command uncommented? Ooh. I don't know, Iantech. I'll have to take a look at that. That's a good question, though. Let's take a look. We'll do a vsudo sudoers after this. Take a peek at the sudoers file and see what it looks like. Fix that up, too. All right, well, that does not... We're missing... We're missing a lot of stuff. Oh, crap. Oh. Well. That's not good. Yeah, the icon pack should actually be there. The problem is we don't even have access to terminal. I mean, we can barely, like, if I pull up kitty, let's say, does that even launch? No. I mean, we've completely borked the whole system on that. So, dang it. Oops, that's not my username. I am user. What if we do this? Let's just remove all of the config. Did I not run the postscript? All right, let's go sudo vsudo. All right. Oh, really? Vsudo, no editor found. Really? Oh. All right, editor equals, we're going to go vim sudo vsudo. Huh. Oh well, we'll just do that. What do we got? I don't care. vsudo is nice to use because if you mess something up, you don't completely brick your system. So be careful. Uncommented to allow members of the wheel command to execute. Yeah, that's fine. All that looks good. And I'm part of the... Yeah, I'm part of the wheel group. So that's good. That's exactly what it should be. Oh, yeah, I did sudo after the editor. Good call, A-coding. All right, well, let's just, we've blown out the entire config directory. So at this point, let's just reboot. And then we're going to do a con save restore. And then I want to see what it looks like with just con save. And then we'll pull in directories of things that matter that aren't KDE oriented. And I want to see how close that gets us. So when I modify the script the next, it should be good. And deleting the entire .comp file or config folder, I don't know. Does KDE remake that? That's a something I didn't know. If it did or it didn't. Yeah, I figured it would just pull .config up again. I mean, I got a mouse, but everything else is on here, so we may have broken it. Well, back to TTY we go. The old TTY. And while we're here, let's just, I feel like we're going to be here for a little bit. Let's just put set font. Let's go V24, B. And then when we exit, user 1, 2, 3, 4. Make it look pretty on startup. So how do we want to grab all these .comp files that should be there? If we do a start X, does that remake them? And the answer is no, it does not. So what we can do, let's just do a sudo user add group users, create the home directory, and then we'll make a test user. And now what I want to do is sudo copy home test dot config. Is there a dot config there? Dot config star. And we're going to copy that to, I don't know if this will work or not. We'll put that in our home user. And we'll put that in our .config. Like that. But there is no directory. Thanks for the super chat there, Theo. Yeah, jeez. Yeah, there won't be a .config. You gotta log in first. Oh, I did, didn't I? All right, let's sudo user mod ag wheel test. But that's just a group. I don't think that would populate that folder, would it? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that is. Yeah. Huh. All right, let's sudo password test. So I think it requires a first login to the test user, but let's switch user to test. And from its home directory, this is what is there. Whole lot of nothing. All right, well, that's fine. That's just fine and dandy. Yeah, my question here is, can we repair user with the test.config? Maybe. I'm curious to see what's there by default. So if we do ls all, let's look at the .config. I mean, there's a lot that gets populated on startup. Look at all that. So all the user directory and users locale. I think I copied too much into my users directory. There's certain things that shouldn't come over. Like X settings probably shouldn't. User dash directory shouldn't. So I think, yeah, we'll just stick on this user for now. But I think we modify that script to only grab external programs. And let's see what consave does to this this one as well. Does kitty work? Yeah, kitty works. Oh, that's right. I can't increase. All right, we'll use console so people can see. So for this one, let's just do consave pip install consave. And I'm just gonna kind of toss this out there. And then consave one. Is there anything in here? Probably not, right? That's fine. Git clone. Actually, I think we just do a copy. Ah, hell with it. I'll clone it. Just because of the permissions. The keystrokes are probably a little bit less by just cloning it again. All right, now we have that back, and we want to do a con save import kde.knsv, and then con save apply kde. All right, log out, log back in, and let's see what that does. Now, obviously, like kitty config and some other ones we would still need to do, but I think honestly getting rid of all the extra bloat in our .config pull down and leaving it all to con save is the way to do this. So from our test, this should look pretty darn clean, and it does. Except it locked up. Crap. Did it hard lock? Oh, I can't even get to TTY. RIP, man. RIP. Bummer. I like Arch 5 much better than Arch install. The default stock installer from Arch, I think, blows. Arch 5 is like light years ahead of it. All right. Close the portal back down. Yeah. All right. Now, let's log back in. And we should have a beautiful looking desktop. All right, that looks good. Do my hotkeys work? Hotkeys work? Yes. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so what we do is we do a con save for the import and adding it. Everything else works great. We grab the external third-party programs not part of the KDE suite, and that'll finish the rising process. I'll still need to add in some certain little finishing touches, like the start button, setting like the desktop to something cool. Like if we look at, what do we got? Desktop wallpapers. I bet we can find something cool right off the gate. I'm a sucker for space and stars. Outdoors, out of the city. Oh, so great. That looks cool. All right. So I'll pick some cool looking screensaver like that, and we'll do that. Where's that? Close, please. And then, apply. Yeah, that's neat. So then we get like a really cool desktop, maybe like a, I don't know. I don't want to bloat it up with like a logo or something. I kind of want to just leave it vanilla with a vanilla Arch symbol, and then have everybody else make it their own. That's the big thing, is I want folks to just use this and do their own thing with it. And let's yeah. See the light blur effect. Perfect. You got the shadows. That's it right there. So we'll do a con save to fix all that for the theming. I'll fix some of the logos in the background. And then the other final thing that is obviously the login screen. And I'll try to automate as much of this as I can, but definitely want to make it less than 10 minutes on my video. And I think we're definitely in that sweet spot now. And we'll just select Nordic. Boom. And now that's it. So when we log out, this is the login screen. We log in, bam, presented with a beautiful desktop, start menu. I mean, and all this is pretty much done. I will look through that gaming edition that someone did a pull request on. I think that has a lot of merit, a lot of value, and also modifying the other scripts. So I'm going to just do a couple little notes here to put all that in and then do a commit. It's much better to run one operating system on a USB external disk. I mean, I hate running operating systems on a USB disk, period. It's not a great experience. Nah, call me old school, but give me a SATA drive or an NVMe or even a standard spinning platter hooked up to a SATA port, or hell, even an eSATA port. But using USB for hard drives is always, I don't know, I always find it a crappy experience. What do y'all think? I've never been a big fan of it. All right, now let's fix up that one. We'll just launch code. First up, this guy. The dot files and config, well, those need a change. So out all of these, GIMP's fine. I mean, we really didn't even do anything with Git. Kitty. I mean, really, it's just the kitty config file that I can think of. Everything else is contained in consave. Kitty's the big thing that needs to be configured. Everything else, like GIMP and all those, have their own settings. So I think let's take all these down. And then if there's little things, little touches we want to add, we can. Probably add like the icon into here, some other things. Icon, maybe a desktop. That should be good. Oh, Michael. Just trying to get a rise out of me. Loves Ubuntu vanilla. These days, I don't really like crapping on Ubuntu. It's fine, but... Tails can be good. Tails, though, you can use on you don't even need to have writable media for Tails. All of Tails runs in memory. So you can run Tails on a CD if anybody remembers those. We're deleting stuff right now. I don't think you guys can see the box. Old dolphins. There, let's, why it's deleting. Let's take a look at the base. At the end of the base, this is where we change it. This is where the magic happens. ZSH. We're going to change that shell to ZSH as we log in. And that will be magic. So ZSH, so now the shell is officially working when it switches to user mode. We'll have that done. This will have the dot files nice and cleaned up. It's still kind of deleting over here behind chat. and we'll just have like kitty customization, maybe get some other little tweaks. But I think we're pretty much ready. I think tomorrow, maybe later today, I'm going to work on cleaning this up, do a couple more commits. Tomorrow, actually do the video on this. And I think we got a good jumping off point here. It's not perfect, but what is, right? We're going to actually do this one to kitty. And we'll do dot files kitty. We'll do a make directory -p for the first run of this. Nah, I think it should already be there for the backup. So the .config is right here. Oh, that's gravy. And I'm going to look for the post setup, get the couple final touches here. But man, this is, I mean, it's pretty clean. I think I'll do a fork project and do like the fastest Linux install in existence and show people how fast you can install Linux on bare metal. I think I can get Linux to install on bare metal in, I don't know, 2 minutes, something like that. And that'll be another video that can probably come off of this as well, because that's pretty awesome. I dig it. Dig it a lot. Thanks all for coming out today. This was quite a fun completion to the last, 4 series of live streams. These last 4 live streams have been mainly over this project, and this is kind of the end of this portion of it. A couple little minor touches to do, but I'll have it done for the next live stream. We'll be doing something different. It'll be fun. Why do you like Arch over Deb? I like both Deb and Arch. There's no, each one has its own benefits. It just depends on you as a user. Debian is more stable than Arch, just because the packages are older and you're not on the bleeding edge. But you also don't have the latest kernels usually and those types of things, and it's a little bit harder to get those in Debian compared to Arch, where Arch just kind of has them. And I mean, there's a good little going back and forth. It just depends on you as a user between Arch and Debian, but those are really the 2 flavors that you really need to know on Linux, and I use both. There's no problem with that. Right. Thanks guys for coming out. It was a blast. I'll see y'all. I'll probably stream a little bit tomorrow, probably tomorrow afternoon. I'll wake up early and get probably recording, or I might do the record today, because you guys know how I am in the morning. If I'm making a video that early, that might be a little rough looking. I think when I started the stream, people were like, "Are you crying?" And I'm like, yeah, I haven't had caffeine." So probably record later tonight. But with that, guys, I'll see y'all in the next one. Thanks for coming out. Let me know how you guys think of everything is. Everything will be public. Again, if you need to access any of my live streams, just click on my name on the main channel page. You can easily navigate to the live streams and hit them there. And with that, I'll see you in the next one.